Take my hand if you dare to stay. Feel the rush, take my breath away. If we fall, then we fall in flames. One more time, here we go again. Under the lights, we are transcending gravity. Pulse the rhythm like stars, we're never ending. We burn so bright, baby, the dawn is getting closer. Come near before it's over, we shine like supernovas. Under the lights, we are transcending gravity. Pulse the rhythm like stars, we're never ending. We burn so bright, baby,
Gamers from around sub-Saharan Africa, get ready for the return of the African Gaming Championship for 2026. We're heading to Cape Town, South Africa, where players will be competing at Grand West for 150,000 Rand in cash. This is where the top players from Africa gather to be able to compete. This is where bragging rights are earned. This is where new stars rise. This is where legends are made and legends fall. This is the crowning moment of African esports. This is AGC.
These ASL kids and a lot of these kids starting today. So Brawlhalla is going to open it up for us. Let's see if the beginning of a legacy, potentially, for some of these players. We have Wraith up against Nobby to start off us, and then Baked is waking in the lower bracket to sort of fight his way back up to that grand final spot.
That's the cool thing that we're already setting up right now, is that these players, especially Wraith and Baked, have been playing for the last 2 terms.
Yep.
In the ASL League, they have earned themselves top positions in their groups over it. Wraith was basically unbeaten in terms 1 and 2. Comes out top of the group on both of those, and Baked was only just knocked down. The only person he's really lost to this year is Wraith.
Yep.
Norbies is our unknown. He is our dark horse coming through here. Has got some Brawlhalla experience coming out of Grey College,
Yep.
but he's got 2 players from St. Joseph's Morris College in his way of that title.
Yeah, and that's especially when you're coming to brand recognition and the colors that you wear and the colors that are on the other side of things. It's a pretty uphill battle for Nobbies, but he's earned his way up here. Upper finals is no fluke, right? So Wraith versus Nobbies gonna open us up. And what do you think? Based off of vibes, more or less, who do you think is coming away with this? Obviously, Nobby's chip on his shoulder, but Wraith, arguably the best player in the tournament.
Yeah, he's certainly coming through with that already, that structure behind him. And I love that we get face cams. This is one of my favorite parts about being at a LAN, is getting to see them. And both of them look calm.
Yeah.
Both of them look ready for this. I would say Wraith is probably a little bit more demure right now. Nobby's with a little bit of got stuff to prove. But both these guys know their game.
Yep.
The big question for me is, also, this is not the first year we've done this.
Yep.
AGC for the last 2 years before now. And it means that who has that competitive experience on a LAN stage?
Yeah.
That makes a big difference in any game.
Yeah, I think the lights get a lot brighter, especially when you get to LAN. And it's not the comfort, we spoke about it before, the comfort of being at home, behind your desk, in your own monitor, in your own environment. Is completely different to being on the stage, people watching you on stream. So experience is definitely going to be a big thing. Experience is going to be a massive thing. It is best of 5 format for all 3 games. So, and the winner of the best of 5 here gets the 1 map advantage going to grand finals. So definitely going to be a bit tense. Nerves have to keep under control, and if they get out of the way from you, then it's going to be pretty difficult to secure that grand finals and even win the game.
And Brawlhalla is a very fast game. Yeah. There is no room for any error. If you guys aren't big fans of Brawlhalla, that's okay. We have so much for you this entire weekend. We got Fortnite, we've got Rocket League, we've got Valorant.
Yep.
And it's not just the Schools League. One of my favorite parts about AGC is the fact that it is both the Schools League culmination and the grand finals of the Pro Leagues. Invitational, people coming from around the country, the best players in all of our different games going to be here this weekend. Let's waste no further time. We're going into game number 1, upper bracket finals, Brawlhalla ASL. And it is going to be Core versus Volkov. In terms of the heroes, a very big difference between these two in terms of the strong standard stalwart of Core versus the more speedy.
Right, it's going to be a tempo game. We spoke about it being at LAN. You want to catch your opponents off guard as soon as physically possible. So getting on that front foot as quickly as possible is going to be definitely a big thing. And ACG taking that lead early.
Very big right now, and big fights. We're going to be getting ourselves a nice little overlay in a couple of seconds, guys. Don't worry, so we can keep track of who is who, because I did miss out on who's playing which of our characters. So we're just going to have to leave it all. Really nice challenge. Whoa!
The punish is great.
Oh, the ground pound, man, that's such a risky blend. So often it doesn't come off, but that one was excellent.
Yeah, gets ahead early. The tempo is literally unbeatable there, and the minute he gets him on the ropes, knocks him down and out of map, gets that first strike.
There we go. We have our wonderful little overlay, and then with the cameras involved there, now we can see the tension building up in the players. Again, chasing our opponent off. Really nice recovery, even with that bit of fatigue going out there, but sends him to the sky. 2 stocks up by now.
Yep. Definitely a massive, towards that left side of the screen, definitely people are struggling there. We haven't seen much fighting towards that right side, and a lot of recoveries coming off the left, but as I speak, there's a lot of fighting, and they're underneath the map, both of them. Mutual destruction assured here, but Wraith comes out on top. First point to Wraith.
Huge. And that was what we expected coming into this. Wraith has been dominant throughout it, but I didn't expect that level of dominance.
No.
Restricting your opponent to 108 damage. That's it throughout the whole of it. And I mean, that 1 stock, I mean, they didn't even get credited with the stock at the mutual destruction at the end. When you're 2 stocks up, you just make sure to take that other person, drag them to hell if you need.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, especially when you're on the brink of map points, that first strike of the series, I don't care how you get it, right? I'll take mutual destruction if I get the win at the end of the day. So
that's really nice. And what I'm interested to see with these players, especially someone with that sort of history, that legacy behind them like Wraith, is how much are they going to be changing up between heroes in the rounds?
Yep.
My general strategy is, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yep.
If you're coming out and you've had one character throughout the whole thing, stick with it.
Yeah.
You know, it's very hard to like counter pick in Brawlhalla. It's almost all execution, and a little bit of slower weapons versus your faster. Your range of them katars are really great if you can close that distance. There's a lot of theory behind it, but it's the button presses, man. It's what happens on the day, and so play the guys you know the combos of.
Yeah, 100%, and especially when you're in the lead, right? No need to make the adjustment. The person who's behind, Nobbies in this case, has to make that adjustment, right? He doesn't have to. Wraith doesn't have to do anything different. He was in complete dominance of that, went 3-0 in that first point. So Nobbies having to pump the brakes a bit. It looks like we get a bit of a switch from both parties potentially, but
okay. Fate versus Kaya. Kaya is one of the most well-known characters in the game, I would say, by most players. It's really nice and beginner-friendly. Very interested to see how that bow is going to work out, giving themselves a little bit more range. Obviously, not as confident in their ability to close that and have those close, tight brawls. On the other side, the orb from the Wraith player is going to be just as easily going to be able to challenge that sort of distance fight.
Yeah, and then we spoke about distance being a big factor here, but it's all close brawls here. It's a very close game here. Just try and get that chip damage going, secure an elimination later in the fight.
And a really nice way for both of these players. You can see that they've got experience. When you are being comboed, your idea is to break that as soon as possible. You're not trying to counter, you're not trying to fight, you're just trying to avoid it, dodge, get a nice play. And both of them trading 2 or 3 hits and then cancelling it out and taking it back. We are seeing Nobbies taking the brunt of the damage. Is going to actually manage to get the first strike. Really nice turnaround.
Yeah, the kid on the back foot, but he actually gets that first strike for the second point, and oh, it's not long-lived potentially. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But it's tied up. It's a tied up for him. 1 point each.
My big thing when I look at that, when someone's able to clean up that 1 stock deficit, is how much damage did it take? And there was nothing. There wasn't a scratch on any of these players. So we're back down to a stock apiece down. And they both can kind of reset themselves. No big mistakes. It's all about, can you just win the game of consistency? I don't think we're going to see too many of those big finishing ground pounds off the edge of the stage, especially now that Nobbies is warmed up a little bit. And you can see even with the aggression to challenge back onto the stage.
And even then, Wraith is actually just very much on the front foot, but Nobby's making a bit of retaliation here. There's a bit of a series without any hits landing, but the hit that first lands is going to fall in favor of Wraith here.
Really nice, getting a good orb hit off the other side and then immediately swaps towards the scythe. I don't know if that's because it's the beginning of a new stock and you're using that for your chip damage weapon, or might be there to finish a little bit more at the end. But I mean, the combos that are being strung together right now by Wraith are great, and relentless chasing him around the entire stage. This is what we want to see from a grand champion here.
Yeah, and they're both super low here, and Wraith looking to clean it up. Knocks him off, and Nobby's managed to recover, gets back onto the field here.
And I mean, really good awareness to keep that center of the stage in control. Looking to challenge off the edge, gets 1 shot, forces the exhaustion, but can't extend it any much longer. And we do see there 1 last chance. It is the barbecue range. A single big hit, and back onto the orb. There he goes! 2 games down.
Yeah, Wraith taking an early lead, looking to guarantee his grand final slot here. First to 3 is going to be the winner of this upper final, and Wraith putting himself in a very advantageous position here.
Still, that damage deficit between the two is huge. I mean, the first game you could kind of put it as, yeah, we lost the stock to a ground pound early into that. But right now, doubling up your opponent's stats is a bit of a problem right now for Nobbies. He's not getting the good trades. He was getting much better shots. I mean, that 100 damage versus 274 or so that we saw, really nice progress. He's obviously adapting to this whole situation. And the nice thing is, this is not final life for anyone. This is not an elimination match. Whoever goes out of this goes down to that lower bracket finals to face Bake. But an intimidating opposition means you don't want to go down without some sort of momentum on your side.
Yeah, and like you mentioned beforehand, this is arguably the top 3 in ASL, right? Wraith potentially number 1 slot, Bake potentially number 2, and Nobby's that outlier, that wild card in that 3rd spot. So yeah, definitely, I think a game where you have to be capitalizing on your small victories, yeah?
And it comes down, those small victories are won by a game of millimeters, right? Controlling the stage. We see these guys quickly picking it through. Wraith showing the diversity of his roster. Lord Vrax coming out there, showing that basically, I don't think he has had the same weapon between anyone. Out of any of the 6 weapons we've seen, none of them have been the same. Nobody's going to be sticking on Kaya. Did show really nice ability to control it, able to use those spins to get back on the stage with the staff, etc. But you got to say, it's all in the favor of Wraith. Picks up that first weapon, going to be trying for the weapon staff, doesn't manage to get it for any extended amount of time, but he doesn't need it. Oh my goodness, that's what, 30 hits without a reply? There we go.
Yeah, Nobby's on that Kaya is actually very, very proficient. Got that first strike in the previous one. Looking to repeat that the second time round, but it's going to be very difficult here. Not managing to get any hits in retaliation here.
Oh, and yeah, the bane of new players and old alike. Combos the weapon throw, forces their opponent to go low, and drops down on top of them. Barely needed to exacerbate any sort of health deficit right there, and managing to pick up that first strike. This is now just, it seems like an inexorable march to the end for Wraith.
Yeah, aerial superiority is going to be a big thing here. Wraith actually very, very dominant in that air game, and the only time Nobby actually gets any purchase is on that ground game, but the game isn't coming to him here, right? Every single time he has to sort of reach up to the heavens to try and grab Wraith, and it's not working out for him.
And there's a calm demeanor about it. You can see there, as Wraith was coming back onto the stage, he was able to float up, and he's chasing so well. He's great at following this, but it might be a bit too much. Oh, that exhaustion was there. Manages to make the touch, and he still stays on the edge to slam down without dropping his first stock even. Nobby's now one step away from that lower bracket.
And he's looking to make it a very quick step as well, as Nobby's on the back foot. Wraith in a very precarious situation health-wise, but playing with the confidence of someone who isn't nearly as wounded as he is.
Oh, not nearly. And I mean, I think this is just a point of pride if you can keep back. He actually goes with the exhaustion to chase it out, knowing that, I mean, if he gets back then gets another hit, he's basically out anyway. So let's use that final bit of HP. Manages to pick up a weapon straight away on that last one, and that red starts blinking and flashing, a portent of the end here for Nobbies.
Yeah, looking very precarious. Like we mentioned, that aerial superiority game from Wraith making a big difference here, but Nobbies, very, very tight margins here if he wants to make a reply here.
Oh, and chasing him all the way to the end and decides to send him to the sky looking for any of the borders. That's going to be the last one in a good clean 3-0. We see Wraith securing his position in that grand finals. Pretty much what we expected considering 2 terms worth of domination across the group stages. And now he has made himself as comfortable as he wants. He gets to spot out his opposition. Whoever comes through has a hard job ahead of him.
Yeah, the People's Champion and also the upper bracket final champion in Wraith, showing why he is that, right? Air dominance from the beginning of the game up until the end. I think Nobby only had 1 reply, a single point in favor of Nobby on the beginning of map 2 or the second point. But Wraith on the gas from the get-go, can't even drive, but manages to sort of bulldoze and run straight over Nobby's here. But Nobby's given another chance. Not the end of the world here. He's going up against Bake, who is arguably equal, if not slightly worse than Wraith. So we'll see. We have a sort of bench baseline to see how big of a mountain he has to climb going into this.
I was looking at the stats over this 2 seasons basically that we've had, the 2 terms before now, and Wraith was basically only lost, I think it was 1 game out of 2 terms. That's insane. Baked has been more fallible. So there is a little bit more room to come back, a little bit more room of weaknesses to exploit. We'll have to see if Nobbies will be able to really lock those down. But guys, we're going to take a very short break. We're going to set up that lower bracket finals. I hope that was a good taste of what's to come here at AGC. You must know what their vibe at the hall is like, especially when we're going to be starting off with some hard-hitting action. Don't go anywhere. Rigga and I will be back just after this.
Time to run it all. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check. No drip, this wet. Tell him run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell him run it up. I wake up, flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip, this wet. Tell him run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell him run it up. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands. I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip, this wet. Tell him run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell him run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip, this wet. Tell him run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell him run it up. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself, they're getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip, this wet. Tell him run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell him run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip, this wet. Tell him run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell him run it up.
confidence, yeah. You can't kill my confidence, yeah.
rush, take my breath away. If we fall, then we fall in flames. One more time, here we go again. Under the lights, we are transcending gravity. Pulse the rhythm like stars, we're never ending. We burn so bright, baby, the dawn is getting closer. Come here before it's over, we shall like supernovas. Under the lights, we are transcending gravity. Pulse the rhythm like stars, we're never ending. We burn so bright, baby, the dawn is getting closer. Come here before it's over, we shall like supernovas. Shall like supernovas. Shall like supernovas.
Welcome back to AGC. This is Brawlhalla Game 2. I am Rigor, this is Altruism, and we have a lower bracket final for you. It's going to be Baked, who's currently playing on Wraith's account, versus Nobby's, the person who played the previous upper bracket final, fell slightly short, but is here once again looking for a second opportunity to secure his spot in the grand finals.
Oh, a tough road ahead. I mean, we've seen what that 2 terms worth of experience in Brawlhalla in ASL has done for these guys. A lot of people join ASL having never played competitively before, unless they've been playing ranked or something. But when it comes to this, it's a very different environment, and playing against someone of your skill level will always sharpen you. It'll always make you better. So these guys have been fighting it out term after term. Nobody's just coming here as kind of a new contender, and he's really struggled. Now his big problem, his first opposition, Wraith, was from St. Joseph's Morris College. Guess exactly where Baked comes from as well.
I'm going to take a guess and say Kura?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. But the bigger narrative at play here is Wraith was arguably number 1 in the country, especially in ASL. Baked, there's an argument to be made, is number 2. So Nobby is necessarily going from one evil to another from the same school wearing the same colors.
Right, exactly, right? So there's got to be some sort of ranking at that school as well. And I would comfortably put Wraith at the top there. Very excited to see it. We're going to waste no time. We're going straight into it. Again, guys, best of 5 lobbies. That means you need 3 games to win. And if that first game was anything to say anything about, it was a very quick series and individual games. Some big ones. Whoa, okay. We're going to be seeing there, it's Nobby's, Nobby's is normally our Kaya player. Okay, yeah, it currently swapped with their names at the bottom, but Nobby's is going to be bringing out the Kaya. Baked, taking one of the biggest characters in the game.
Yeah, trying to contest it, but I think it's going to fix some of his weaknesses, especially the previous series. He struggled a lot with that air battles, winning a lot of those air-to-air duels, so he was dominant on the ground. The only thing he needs to patch is that aerial fight, so...
Really nice initial progress here from Nobby as he manages to get in a good amount of hits there, some really nice combos. Looking very comfortable on the staff, I have to say, between all of this. He's really got some good combos. He's got the ability to control the space around him. Now, you know, Spear versus Lance is a tough battle, but when the Lance hits, man, that thing chunks you down.
Yeah, and the big thing to look at here is that Nobby's surviving for a lot longer on this first fight. The previous series was just littered with him getting first struck down in a lot of these times, but it's a lot more dueling, just more batting here. And Nobby's actually taking an early lead here.
Very close in terms of HP. It really comes down to who can get that big finishing blow. That is a big one to be picked up, and Nobby's actually going to come out strong. He has learned from his mistakes in the upper bracket finals and kind of proving why he was there. He is able to pick up 2 stocks out of the 6 previously, out of the 9 previously, apologies. But now already off to a great start and doing some damage before losing his first life.
Yeah, and potentially looking to equalize things. Yeah, that's a great retribution there from Nobby's.
I love that definitive slam down into there and then catches him through there and throws him off the stage. It's really good. No big weapon starving that I've seen from any of them so far. They're being able to claim themselves some space on the stage right now, but we can see the St. Joseph's players are so good at controlling the center stage, and a little bit of a stagger there for a second as both of them looked at each other. Good weapon throw, great follow-up here coming from Nobby's.
Oh, but the great punish from Nobby's, he's actually going for the double, the triple in midair. Actually doing a lot. He's very proficient on that ground battle, and he's showing it right now.
Yeah, that's a big difference right now. It's interesting to see how Nobby's is able to compare those 2 oppositions right now. We saw in the first game, Wraith was so good at chasing his opponents off the stage, whereas look at this right now. Baked, he's staying firm. He's holding that ground, and he's making his opposition come to him time and time again. There are pros and cons to both of those, but It is still coming out as a far more neutral battle until the Rupture comes out there and rips away that second stock.
Yeah, Nobby's, for the first time in the last 2 series, in the lead, right? One more strike guarantees him his first point, but Baked trying to play spoiler here, equalizes things up, and last health point, last strike here.
1 stock apiece right now. Game number 1 all up for grabs, and they go back to their little jewel in the center of the stage. No big dash or anything. It's kind of stand and trade blows right now for both of them. Some nice dodges coming out for both of them, but the bigger shots arguably coming out from Baked, using those huge muscles. Bulks it up a little bit and sends his opponent off, but still giving so much space on the edge there. That is something you really want to try and exploit a little bit more, is controlling the edge of the stage.
Oh, and he's looking for that match point. He's fishing for it. It's Nobby's. Hey! Nobby's at the first point of the series. The lower bracket final is looking Nobby shaped.
I think that's Baked, actually, that's come out as the...
I think they're swapped.
As a Rupture?
I'm fairly certain. I think Nobby gets that.
Are we sure? Let's get some confirmation from this, but pretty sure, yeah, because playing on Wraith's account is Baked. So yeah, Rupture, it is Baked managing to pick up that first round, but certainly not nearly as decisive, and a far closer damage battle between the two of them. That comes to the center, and it's kind of what I expected, seeing Baked's play style the whole way through, just staying on the edge. I do kind of want to see him get a little closer to the edge.
Yeah.
I really like challenge someone, make them get into those fatigue places. It makes your opposition a lot more predictable when they have no more jumps. Then you can go for the big finishing hit.
Yeah.
But other than that, that's one of the big things about Rupture. He has such a big AoE on a lot of his attacks. He can basically stand at the center of the stage and still catch anyone trying to make touchdown.
And he's really, really proficient in those punishes as well, right? Nobby's has been really, really struggling on that aerial game. So whenever he's trying to take it to air, Rupture just brings him back to ground and punishes immediately. And that's a lot of strikes that you just lose just from slight mistakes like that.
Yeah. I like it. Rupture, no change coming out from Baked. On the other side, Nobby is showing again a change. Azoth coming out there, and I must admit, I love the combination of the bow and the axe. We have seen up to the pro level, because we do get to see a lot of our pro Brawlhalla here at AGCL as well, and a lot of them favor the axe, the Ulgrim, stuff like that, being able to pick it up and get those angles around them, cover their space with the circular hits. Both of them picking up that first weapon straight away, but it's Baked with that first one, who's been able to put in a bit of damage with those gigantic strikes.
And it's literally fishing for that first big hit. You want to get someone displaced off of the arena here. And oh, that's a massive punish from Baked.
And look at that, charges it up, waiting for the challenge back in there, creates some space, and then once more hits. That's a really nice weapon throw. Kreutzer, there we go. That fatigue to bounce back on there, immediately jumps on his prey. And his first stock going to Baked.
And the big thing here is, how do you convert that second strike, right? If you lose too much momentum here, then it evens up the game. But if you keep that momentum, that winning mentality going, you can potentially put this onto match point.
A little bit more aggression coming out from Nobby. He's just seeing that his opposition is wanting to create that distance, cramps him up a little bit. Now changes now onto the axe and has that weapon staff. I mean, wow. Not Baked was able to pick that up immediately before it even spawned properly, and really nice way to come back into this. Still a whole stock up ahead there. Has taken a bit of damage, but I think anything you can chip through Nobby's second life is worth it at this stage.
And you're especially on that low HP on Wraith, or on Baked rather, and you need to be playing a bit more conservatively, but he doesn't care. Oh my god, he doesn't care. That's a 5-6, that's a 7, and off the screen.
Oh, he hits the weapon! He hit the weapon throw to cancel that. I think that was already going to be a tough jump back onto the stage. But, oh, that's just a little bit of flare points going out there. Throws the Kobe in there, gets up the second stock down without losing one of himself. And I love, one of the things we didn't talk about with Rupture is the difference between the two weapons. Going from one of the longest, biggest weapons in the game of that lance down to the katars for the close range engagements. Such a nice way to have, to pull it together. And an annihilation, one of the most devastating ones. And that's 2 games in a row that go to Baked, and more importantly, 2 series in a row that we have seen Nobby's suffer an annihilation in.
Yeah, but it's to be expected, right? Yeah. Wraith is arguably that number 1 slot, and Baked arguably that number 2, and it's close. It's always contentious, right? The last final looked Baked and Wraith flavored, so Nobby's coming into this with a bit of a chippy shot, a bit of a mountain to climb here. That Baked calm, cool, composed, going into this, getting that 2-0 with the rupture, being really, really proficient on those punishes, actually just gets on the gas and just keeps punishing.
I love it. It's fantastic. I do like the word contentious that you used there, because that one was maybe not the best indicator of it, but game number 1, very close. Even in game number 2, there were some moments there when you come out, like the Kaya a little bit better, so we're going to be seeing that once more from Nobbies. It was getting a much closer fight there, and it means that you got the speed now to avoid, to come back and to try and just control the tempo a little bit better.
Yeah, Nobby's found a lot more proficiency on that Kaya, managing to at least survive a lot more of those ground duels, right? And patch some of that area, that weak area, which is his aerial superiority. So going back to the Kaya, running it back, let's see if his approach is slightly different, right? Let's see if he's a bit more conservative on this first strike.
You can see there it was Bake trying to control that weapon, but great movement coming out from Nobbies again. A little bit faster right now, trying for these arrows, fishing every so often, not landing anything, but not taking too much damage as a result. And it's just patience coming out from Bake, trading back and forth, gets a nice little combo there, doesn't want to chase it forward. Instead, it's going to be the charge, looking, fishing coming out here. When you're fishing, it's a good idea to use the biggest weapon you can sometimes.
Yeah, but maybe that's a bit of desperation coming in there, right?
Maybe.
He's kind of forcing it quite aggressively here, but if he's going to keep knocking Nobbies off the screen like that, then potentially it's okay. Being a bit more aggressive, it gives you a bit of room to fall back on, yeah?
Should be able to recover nicely there. And again, Baked giving that entire side of the stage up for grabs, looking to finish this from as big a distance as possible, it seems. Not wanting to give away any sort of random strikes, and does manage to pick up first strike himself. It was just those consistently good trades between him. And Nobbies manages to pick up a weapon quickly, has some work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work here. The big thing here is you just want to get that first strike. You want to trade those points back one by one, right? You can't let the game get ahead of you. Yeah?
What it's nice to see as well from Nobbies is he's starting to read that distance of the charged attacks from Bake. You know, those big six, you really leave yourself open to it if you go for the heavy attacks constantly, and using the weapon throws to close it in there, using the bow to just stay out of the range and then poke in there. Really good way, and with barely any damage to him, we are going to see Kaya's credited with that one stock down apiece.
Yeah, that's a really good trade there. And the big thing is that is a great start onto that second or that third stock here. As both of them are equal HP, as Nobby's looking to eke out a bit of an advantage here.
Really nice again, going with that weapon throw into follow-up hits. It's a really good initiator for the fight here coming out from Nobbies. And you can see Bake maybe a little bit more flustered than we saw him in games 1 and 2 right now. Certainly picked up the pace of his movements, and with these big charging dives in there, being read well by Nobbies, and Nobbies suddenly seems to have taken the lead in this, denied his weapon for this, and has to just keep away for a little bit as he looks for it, and that makes him a little bit more predictable, as we do see Baked taking a big chunk of damage out of his opposition.
Yeah, a lot of damage traded there when he was a bit vulnerable, a bit unarmed here, but all things are equal. Until I spoke, the stock traded immediately in favor of Baked.
Again, goes straight back towards that lance. You see there, Baked just having to come back, comes through aggressively to do that. Forced off the edge, and that's a great follow-up. Nobby's got confidence there, and down to our final stock on game points.
Yeah, grand finals on the line here. Who has the most composure?
I kind of really want to see Nobbies picking this one up. I want to see this go further, because it feels like he's changed himself in the way he's approaching this game.
Yeah, come on, Nobbies, take us to 5.
Game 5. Oh man, we need a game 5 at some stage through this ASL finals.
They're struggling to hit each other here, but the big thing is Nobbies is getting on that, and Nobbies ekes out a lead here in terms of HP.
Again, we see Bake just relying on these big hits there to try and trade it out, but far more mobile is Nobbies. Oh, manages to avoid and go low under that weapon throw. Gets a cheeky little punch in there, secures him the ability to pick up the staff once more, and now both of them kind of really able to be finished from this point onwards. So it's up to who gets the big combo into the finishing blow, or a really nice big charge going to come out there. Oh, big charges. That one just not enough to send him to the edge. Going to find it back, and again, just give it up. That's going to be it. Oh, he waits like a patient predator, and he secures this as cleanly as he can. 3-0 with an annihilation bolt, and Baked is going to his compatriots in the finals.
Yeah, Nobby's trying to find his footing there a bit, but towards that third series, definitely a lot more confident, right? Taking all the distance on basically all 3 points. So Nobby's unfortunately going to secure that 3rd place slot, but Baked once again fighting his way back up to the man who knocked him into lowers in the first place.
Oh, this grand final set up for something right now, and I think this is going to be very interesting. The mobility and the etherealness of a Wraith coming in against the solid, baked, hardened opposition of the Rupture. I don't know if we're going to see those characters exactly, but that sets up a probably most matched up pair of players that we could have ever wanted for this grand finals. And so now, I mean, we saw there, even just in 2 series, we saw Nobby's managing to improve so much. These guys have got that, but over 6 months.
Yeah.
Oh, the pinnacle of school esports right here.
And the big thing is, looking into this, these are players that have been going up against each other. They're from the same school, so steel hardened steel is the nature of things. And unfortunately, Nobby's the one who got cut down in the wake. But looking into the grand final, which sword is going to break first?
There's only one way to find out. And that's going to be in the grand finals. We'll be bringing you that just after this.
Tell them run it up. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex, I'm down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up. Flex, I'm down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number 1 up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip this, wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip this, wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself, they getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, I'm down now, check. No drip this, wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. No drip, this. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might. But first dive. Tell them run it up.
The crown awaits. That's what we're here for, to crown the best Brawlhalla players out of the schools league here in South Africa. 6 months of fighting have brought these two players from sitting next to each other at school to fighting it out on the biggest stage at a LAN in the country. AGC starts today. Our first title, Brawlhalla, going to be coming to a culmination right now, and Baked versus Wraith have fought their way. Pretty uncontested, it has to be said, to get to this point. Altruism and Rigor bringing you this grand finals.
Man, it's going to be a bit of a heater, right? There's a lot of stakes here. The first grand final of the entire AGC weekend.
Yeah.
Think about that. The first grand finals will be kicked off by two people from the same school.
I feel like they could be brothers at this stage. Look at them. They are like identical. There is nothing between them when it comes to play, when it comes to school, when it comes to taking home that trophy. But there's only one trophy.
Yep.
I'm very glad we have 3 amazing medals. We got to see them off camera, and whew, I want one of those things. I need to go back to school and sign up for this right now, because there is so much to play for. And obviously, it's not just the crown. There is so much up for grabs. We've got sponsors, everything from ACEN for Education and ACEN Nitro, bringing 240 monitors for these guys. Better than I got at home right now. And the big one for me, the NWU scholarship coming through there. We're going to go into this once more, a best of 5 finals. Sir Roland and Mordek coming out at 2 unknown characters.
Yeah, the story of this entire series, the last 2 series, was how do you contest with that middle space of the map, and how do you contest with getting back onto the arena, right? Both these guys were really proficient in forcing pressure off the map, so mid-contest going to be a big point of contention, yeah.
Very interested to see how those two contrasting styles match up against each other. We saw Wraith being so fluid and so willing to challenge in the air. Baked, on the other hand, was a far more stoic play in the center, loving these lances, and so not a surprise that he's picked up another character with that. And a bit of dodging and mind games coming around between these two. Some big shots going awry, and still a very close contest.
Right, it's going to be coming down to, oh, that's a great punish, trying to flip the map entirely, but when he goes for the completion there, gets knocked off the map.
It's a really nice adaptation coming out there, really good dodge backwards coming here. Gauntlet going to be difficult to close that distance into the big swinging sword slashes, and of course very difficult to finish someone off the edge there, but he manages to get a good solid punch into that one and then carries on the combination to challenge the other side of the stage. He gets it!
Yeah, off the exhaust there, manages to sort of war of attrition, gets him off the map. He doesn't have enough energy to get back onto it.
And this is now all up to Bake to see whether his Sir Roland can claim that crown for himself, for his pride in his country, and manage importantly to get that first stock back up to a nice level standing without giving away too much. Really nice little weapon throw, but again, gives up that space and goes for the big slashes from the center.
And he's trying to get back onto the arena. Here's Wraith. Oh, that's a big bit of damage here from Wraith. Every single tick counts. Is knocked into the arena. Can he get back on? I don't think he has enough stamina. No, he misses it. I can't get back on there.
A really nice way to go through there. I mean, that's how close it is between these two characters right now, is the fact that we have to like lean into the stage to see if this is going down right now. But this is still once more going in the favor of Wraith. He's managed to get that exhaustion, reads it well to get in a couple more Reaper Scythes and looking to pull his opponent down to the depths of hell here. Still got more work to do, but finishes it off and actually gets read out. Yeah, this is something that Baked is used to, I'm sure.
Yeah, these guys are coming from the same school, have a lot of the same practice environments. So you're seeing a lot of, I'm reading you, you're reading me, and how do you actually get away from that?
I mean, we've seen Wraith a couple of times commit his weapon towards the edge there, not follow through afterwards, and has to now take a couple of hits on the other side. Mordex, though, with that beautiful golden color, looking towards the golden crown, as he's now one stock away from claiming game number 1 in the grand finals.
Yeah, needs to chip down that last bit of stock here, as we are on match points.
Very nice little in, get a couple of hits out on the other side, whereas Baked a little bit more commits to everything, try and get some big solid damage and take it as far as you can. Ooh. And it's just a little bit of maneuverability from Wraith that's keeping him out of range of those.
And it's a big punish here as Wraith, very low HP. Oh, gets knocked off the arena, but can he get back on? Yeah, he managed to get onto there, but punish is right there for him.
Oh, and even challenging at the edge without the weapon instead of going for that. And Sir Roland gets credited back down to our final stock. Not with a lot of HP to spare, though, is Baked. He's done a great job to take it this far so far. And I still believe that we're going to a game 5 here.
Yeah, it's a very contentious map 1, actually, as they're both down to 1 stock. Baked, like he's on death blows right now.
And look at the way Wraith plays. He goes in, he hits that shot, and gets out of that distance. If it doesn't work, we're going to try again in the next one. But a really good fight. 449 damage to 610. 3 stocks to 2. And a very great way for these two to warm up for our grand finals. No surprise, though, Wraith with game number 1.
Yeah, but that's a very tight map 1, right? Very, very tight map 1. Baked, actually, I think, was in the lead for most of that. Wraith managed to actually just rally back and recover, opposed to being on the gas, managing to punish Baked for all of the small mistakes. The big ones being, how are they contesting, especially towards the corners, right? The minute someone's off the corners, they just lost that stock, right? They didn't have enough momentum or enough energy to even get back onto the arena with any substantial damage.
Yep. And it's quite interesting because now I feel like Baked is probably better in terms of timing or comboing big haymaker punches between them. There were a couple of those where we see the first one land, and as just millimeters above where the second shot is coming through, you see Wraith kind of like bail out at the end there. Wraith has got such good reactions in this game. Arguably, Brawlhalla favors reactions over predictability and big hits, but it's not that far. The room for error here for Wraith is tiny.
So then I ask you, going into this next point, right, what would you focus on, right? Let's say you're Baked. What was the number 1 thing that you dial in on going into this?
Aside from just control the stage a little bit better and make sure that the entry back onto it is a little bit tougher, I'm happy with this. This is all that I think Baked needed. He played so well with Rupture. We saw the adaptability of everything from the lance to the guitars, really like spreading that rage of dangerous proximity around him. Very interested to see. This was probably his more favorited character. He picks up the weapons to start off and already off to a great hack and slash start.
Right, it's going to be the map 2 of the grand finals of the Brawlhalla ASL here, and it's starting off very, very Baked favorite, but slight mistake cost him the first stock.
And suddenly we see why Baked does not chase his opposition to the nth of the earth there, because it can get punished. A good dodge at the wrong time takes you out, and with very little impetus behind it, manages to pick up that first stock and he chases it. He's going to get back. He actually does there. This time the chase pays out, so we're down a stock apiece.
Yeah, a really good recovery from Wraith here, managing to get that second stock with relatively no damage. Relatively unstayed going to this third stock of the game.
Now in the center, again, Rupture makes himself big, but his presence unfelt right there on these big slashes. Instead, countered out there by the surgical precision of Wraith, managing to dodge in and out, but dodges straight into the damage right there. And actually commits himself with exhaustion off the edge. Oh, 2 stocks up right now, and Bates looking to take game number 2.
Yeah, Wraith has to do a lot of work here. It's a bit of an uphill battle. It's just small mistakes here that are costing these stocks.
Speed of the combos coming out once more from Wraith, though, able to use any weapon with such quick successive strikes. Still has work to do. One more shot, one more big hit is all he's going to need to send off the second stock. That's not going to be enough, though, and just decides to let his opponent come back in there. Oh, great dodge to go through there. Manages to get another hit. This one, gonna chase it. No, still we see Baked in the air. Oh, there we go. Finally caught and thrown down to the depths.
Now, last stock wins it. And last stock wins map 2. One potentially Wraith looking to extend his lead a bit more, and Baked potentially looking to make this a bit more contentious.
This is the best chance Baked has had so far in this matchup, and really good. He struggled to get a bit of damage there before losing second stock, but still winning the HP duel. Needs to try and regain himself in his really comfortable position in the center of the stage. Just dodging, diving, looking for that central position. Neither of them needs the weapon, although you'd swear that they did. But it's about dodging and avoiding the damage, and that's great. Manages to take this and goes for the ground pound on the very edge.
Yeah, he almost got the win there, but light's getting too bright. Doesn't want to commit to that because we're getting to really, really tight margins here.
That's really nice. Forces opponent off, commits that attack. It's Wraith who just bounces back up and manages to get himself back onto that scythe, but as again, that stalwart, that imposing figure of Rupture at the center, that's causing Wraith some problems.
He's 1 HP, man.
Hit him, 1 hit. That's all you need, Baked, and there it is! Game number 2 goes to Baked.
Yeah, 1-all series, or 1-all series rather,
Yeah.
going into this grand finals. You said you wanted 5 games. This is how you started.
Rigo, are you a believer? Are you like a to the end of this fight, to the last dying breath?
I haven't watched 300. I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't watched 300. I know it's something about gladiators. So I'm going to assume you're talking about, you know, being the underdogs going into this, succumbing greatly, like drastically forced. So yeah, I believe. I think that one is a dominance from Baked.
Yeah. I think this really is teasing us with that game 5.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll get there. We kind of chatted off cams beforehand. I think this is sort of like 3-1 favorite in terms of Wraith. But that game 2 made me believe. It wasn't enough of a decisive victory, though, to make me think that Baker's going to be able to turn this around. Wraith is still doing a great job at avoiding most of that. Petra now versus Ada. Again, just changing the entire roster up for grabs here today.
Yeah, I think you're recognizing different things from the players, right? You feel like the game is going a different way, so you might want to lean towards a different style, right? Wraith, that previous one, a lot of unforced errors. He just fell off the map a lot of times, right?
Yeah.
Couldn't really get back onto it. Meanwhile, Baked was in control for most of it, but couldn't punish as much as he wanted to.
Very interesting difference now between the weapons chosen by each of these players, where you've got Wraith with that short range between the gauntlets and the orb. On the other side, Baked's going to be favoring, actually, other way around, sorry. Baked has got the distance with the pistols and the spear together. Okay. And it's Wraith that goes down one more time, actually.
Yeah, going into this, those mistakes are going to cost you, right? And he's a lot of low HP just to get that trade. Yeah, there you go. There's the first trade, the first strike, the second stock.
Yep.
After that first slight mistake, a bit of a whoopsie there.
You know, I think maybe this is something that comes from playing against the same person over and over again. That will work against every other opposition in this tournament, but Baked has seen him charge off the stage like that a couple of times and knows that he can beat him with that. And now actually forces off the stage, nearly gives up his own standing right there. Not comfortable in the air and being punished for it right now. Weapon knocked out of his hand, has to come back in, gets the gauntlets back. But I mean, those are not going to protect you when you're being beaten down.
What a punish, man. That's a great combo in the air.
And it's not one combo. That was 3 or 4 combos. He kind of just read that entire map and made it his home.
Yeah, and that was in the space of what? 20, 30 pixels, more or less, and he got maybe 7 to 8 hits in that instance, so really, really well done there.
And as we do see Baked going down to his final stock, he's going to be plummeted down to the earth, nail in the coffin there with a foot to the face. And tense moments to start off for Wraith, but fastest game that we've seen, and 158 damage is not a lot to be restricted to for Baked. Wraith looking far more confident with not just a game point, not just a map point, but the grand final point here up for grabs for Wraith.
Yeah, but he can't get complacent here, right?
No.
The last time he lost the stock, he fell off the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fell off the map entirely, right? And that's those small mistakes, especially against someone like Baked who knows what you want to do,
Yep.
how you want to play, how you want to maneuver around the map, your tendencies, your proclivities, your fears, your dreams, all of that stuff. You need to be dialed in going into this.
And it opens up a very interesting conversation now. How much do you think falling 2 games in a row to unforced errors, how much do you think that kind of pulls him back and dissuades him from chasing his opponent down to the other ends of the map?
I think it's different. I think he's falling off the map, but he's succeeding in every other part of his game, right? That's one of those mistakes that you kind of hope your opponent doesn't punish you on. But if he does punish you on it, then you have to do a lot more self-reflection into it.
Yeah.
But as long as he keeps succeeding, especially in these aerial duels, especially in this just mid-game going off the corner of the map, I don't think it's too much of a worry.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, when you're able to come through there and most of the time it works, but then you give up a stock every so often, sure, fine,
Yeah.
whatever. That's okay. We win this through a general consistency. No surprise, Baked on his last life goes back to the tried, the true, the ginormous rupture. And we have a fight now. See if we go to game number 5 or if Wraith can claim it right here, right now.
Yeah, the goal is that first strike. We've been falling off the map a lot for that first strike, but maybe this map fall, going to be a guaranteed first strike or sheer skill.
Again, Wraith keeping up such quick pace, but dodging, diving. This is Neo incarnate is Baked right now. Instead turns and roars at his opposition to get a nice hit back in there. Loses his weapon, gets picked up and thrown back onto the stage. Appreciate the transport.
Yeah, he's looking for those confirms, right? You can see him fishing for it. He's not really overcommitting for a combo, but knocks him to the air. Still a lot of HP on Baked. Baked trying to rally his way back into this, but Wraith in full control of here. Oh, knock up into the air, trying to get the punish, but doesn't quite get it. One more confirm gets it.
And there he goes. It was just death by 1,000 cuts. Never committing too hard for anything, but connecting 2 or 3 blows every time he tried for it. And sets a Baked now back down a step, and all the damage continues to rack up as we still see. It is going to be Wraith on a very low HP, and it's low enough to be knocked off in a single shot. But down a stock apiece. This back and forth, the pendulum swings between these two.
Yeah, orb in hand for Wraith as he wants to try and equalize this a bit more. He's done a lot of chip damage in that previous stock before losing his one, so let's see if he can keep the momentum up. He's really, really good on these confirms this game.
Right now, again, it's nice pickup of that. The lance is great, but he's not really grabbing a lot for it, and Wraith all the way to get to the end, commits himself to a big animation and gets punished for it. Something he's been doing really well to punish Baked on for most of the time, but nice to see it come around the other way, and both them starting to enter that dangerous territory of being knocked off in one.
And there's the first knockoff, but it's not going to be confirmed. He's going to try and go for the ground pound, doesn't quite get it, gets knocked back to the arena. Oh, nice, sent all the way to the other side of the screen.
I think Wraith going out there to join him actually gave him the shots that he needed to reset a little bit and come back, but no distance coming up between them as Katars versus Gauntless, as close range and in your face as you can get, and the big one who comes out, one shot, one big hook to the face is going to send someone off, and it's going to be the uppercut coming from Wraith.
Yeah, he's in very, very precarious situation in terms of his status of health, so trying to get as much damage before we go into that final stock.
Good dodge to break the combo, comes out there, chases his opponents, and even with that long-range weapon, there's the slam, there's all, it bounces them off the stage. Final stock territory on Grand Finals point.
Yeah, Wraith trying to confirm, get some damage going, and oh, that's a great combo. That's a great confirm, but doesn't confirm the kill. There you go. That's the grand final slot in the hands of Wraith. On the gas from the beginning.
You know, big match temperament is a thing. How you arrive on the day, what your nerves are filled with, and nerves of steel right there, filled with concrete, because you're on your last stock, and you commit to that extent, you mess that up, you go down just before your opposition, you lose your chance at the grand finals. but he makes no mistake. This was not the round to give it up. Wraith fought his way through the grand finals, through the last 2 terms, basically undefeated, ranking at the top of every standings he was placed in. It's only deserved that we have our player to raise that first crown of the weekend. Wraith, you champion of Brawlhalla ASL 2026.
Yeah, we spoke about the beginnings of Legends potentially, and ASL is a great starting point for it, right? Wraith, 2 wins for his name, adds a 3rd one, completes the hat trick, and really, really good game from Wraith, really, really good game from Baked, all things considered. But Wraith, the better man on the day.
Better man on the day, just more proactive, I felt, diverse roster behind it, able to pick up every weapon and know how to use them properly. The combos were there, the aerial play was there. He just is such a well-rounded player. St. Joseph's, shout out to you guys. Whatever you're doing for your Brawlhalla players is working spectacularly. And what a way to start the weekend. I mean, you're going to be heading to Valorant after this, and you're already warmed up and fired.
Yeah, immediately straight into Valorant as the ASL continues for at least a couple more hours. Some of these players are going to be playing in that open, but today, doesn't matter who's in the open tomorrow, doesn't matter who's open Saturday or Sunday. Today is Wraith's day.
Yes.
Brawlhalla looks very Wraith flavored today.
A lovely, spooky ending to our Brawlhalla. As we say, guys, we are still doing this for the rest of today. Several more hours, worthwhile to come back down here to the Grand West Grand Arena and see some Valorant action if you're interested. Otherwise, anytime during the weekend, action kicks off from about 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning all the way through to about 8 o'clock at night. There is simulations to go racing in there. There's Just Dance match. There's a bunch of vendors around there. This is a great place if you love esports in any way, and I cannot wait for those open divisions over the weekend, especially the best in the country across all of our titles. That was Brawlhalla, Rocket League, Fortnite, and Valorant all up for grabs here. And that's when the students get to play against the masters as well. One of my favorite parts of this. So guys, if you are in Cape Town, in and around Cape Town, you need to be here. Come say hi to us here. But for myself, Ultrism, and Rigger Costs, that has been a fantastic way to start, guys. He'll be back just now for Valorant. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you just in a little bit.
Time to run it all. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell 'em run it up. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell 'em run it. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands. I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage. Now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans. Don't need no friends. I got my homies. Thought I could trust you. I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number 1 up on that court. I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down, now check. No drip, this, tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell 'em run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down, now check. No drip, this, tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell 'em run it up. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself there getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, I'm down, now check. No drip, this, tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell 'em run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down, now check. No drip, this, tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell 'em run it up.
like supernovas. Shine like supernovas. I can feel the rise, hold on tight. I can feel the rise, hold on tight. I'm in love with the light.
Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Every step so divine. Fine, fine. Fine. Fine, fine. But you all the time. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Every step so divine. Fine, fine. Fine, fine.
And welcome back, everybody. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. Of course, it is the Valorant
Yep.
ASL Grand Final. I'm Naomi Zuki, I'm one of your casters today, and I'm joined by the incredible Rigger for his first time on LAN.
Yep.
How are you feeling today here live from the Grand West Arena in Cape Town?
Excited. I think the arenas get bigger. I have to be level up myself to get bigger to all of these arenas, and ASL's coming up. One of the better initiatives, one of the initiatives I'm most fond of in terms of developing players, developing potentially the next generation of Valorant superstars. So I'm super excited. I'm excited to cast it with you. I'm excited to cast in front of everyone else. Like generally, just a happy little guy.
Absolutely. It's such an exciting moment, folks. Now, as a reminder, ASL is our high school league, and we have a very, very exciting grand final for all of you. We've got Paul Ruiz Gymnasium, or PRG, as we're probably going to be calling them for the remainder of the broadcast for simplicity's sake. They are going to be playing up against the Kuro Kreersdorp team, who have come all the way from, you guessed it, Kreersdorp, to be here at the Grand West in Cape Town. And this is an exciting one because PRG have pretty consistently dominated a lot of the high school esports scenes across multiple titles. So this is really an opportunity for Kuro Kreersdorp to kind of show what they're capable of.
Yeah, and the big thing going into this is the rivalry between Krugersdorp and PRG, right? The Krugersdorp won the national LAN last year going into this, and also PRG didn't get a chance to, retaliate or even get in their way. So on one end, we have the victors of the previous LAN winners, and on the other side, we have a team that, on paper, is just a really, really strong team, even by open standards.
Yeah, and bearing in mind, so obviously we had the group stage earlier today, and these guys played against each other. It was a little bit of a one-sided affair that went in favor of PRG, and that just kind of leans into what you were saying, right? It's an opportunity here for Kreersdorp, that kind of revenge arc, that comeback, that possibility to show that, hey, they can kind of bounce back from the issues that they've had in the past.
1000%, and I think going into this, Krugersdorp, having been the winners beforehand, have a lot of growing to do, especially when you go into the day being 1-0 down to your finals opponents, right? So you have a BO3 today in the grand finals to try and prove that maybe that's a once-off fluke, or otherwise PRG looking for a road into, especially tomorrow, some of these players like Gary the Goat going to be playing in that open.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a player that we are definitely keeping our eyes open for. Such an entertaining player to watch, incredibly good, and has actually played in some of the open tournaments as well. So someone that we're very, very familiar with. I will say what's really cool about this Kreersdorp roster is that they joined the Kreersdorp esports scene in like grade 7. Playing in a different title. They're now in grade 11. And we talk about the grassroots and growing that talent and kind of getting them to that point. Well, this is exactly what that is all about. So here we go, folks. It looks like we're getting ready to jump into this match. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what our veto is going to look like. I think that there's a lot of potential for fun here, particularly because the map the map pool has kind of shuffled a little bit recently.
Yeah, adjusted quite dramatically. I think Fracture and Pearl coming in have always offered their own like nuances and niches, and especially because when a lot of these players will be practicing on live patch, right, where we have maps like the Summit taking precedence over a lot of those maps. So going into Split, very familiar for most teams, right? They've been playing this for a while. They've seen every single iteration of the look. They've seen it in pro play. They've seen it in their own scrims. So starting on familiar grounds, it seems.
Yeah, and that keeps things a little bit more comfortable. And obviously, Split's been around since forever.
Ages.
So, yeah. What do you think, right? So we've just had some changes to Yoru recently and a couple of other tweaks here and there. So do you think that's going to change some of the compositions we might be seeing today?
In terms of high-level defaulting, potentially, but the Yoru patch was, what day is it? Thursday? So Yoru patch would have been yesterday. So it's not a lot of turnaround to make sure that it's actually kind of viable for a lot of these teams, because he's kind of been dead in the water for the most part. So, yeah, going into the Vita, we don't see a Yoru, but we are going to see Clove and Viper.
Okay, actually not super crazy on a map like Split, particularly the Viper, right? I mean, this is something we want to be seeing on Split pretty consistently, but the Clove generally doesn't get played so much as a controller. Obviously, she is a controller, but she's got that kind of self-sustainability, that kind of like individual, I can go out and do crazy stuff and then revive myself.
Yeah, and you obviously times pick the Clove for that entry role, or even that mid-round defaulting. You want to put that Clove towards that A side of the map. You actually smack the A side. If you die, Clove can smoke up late. If you don't die, you can just execute and you have second phase. So, Clove's a bit of a niche pick. That's to put it lightly, but that's not going to matter, right? What's going to matter is that this is the grand finals of ASL. It's Rigo and Nari Mizuki.
Yes, it is. All right, let's get going, folks. High School's Valorant. It is the grand final. Everything on the line here, and immediately we're going to see a lot of space being taken by this Jet. PRG looking to take control of this space. Now Nuggets holding into the smoke. The molly is not going to hit them, so there you go. They've got an opportunity to flank around, but already mid has been absolutely overrun. Double kill, opening things up, and now Griersdorp actually managing to battle back, bringing it back to a 2 versus 2 now, and suddenly it looks like they're in with an opportunity. A lot of damage being done by this Clove, getting a little bit closer to that ultimate. Smoke's going to come up, try and block as much of the sight line as possible, and now hand in hand these last two players finding their way in, down to the one-on-one. Nuggets knows exactly where he is, but are trying to get the final kill. Kiro Griersdorp with the first round of the grand final.
Not bad for a team that struggled in their previous head-to-head, as that pistol falls apart on the back of Nuggets, finding 2 kills in that mid area, and the other Nuggets, there's 2 Nuggets in this game, a bit of a McDonald's surprise here, is they're finding really big kills, especially towards that B heaven side of the map. So that's something you need to patch if you're PRG, right? Your B split didn't work. There was no split to speak of. It's just a B straight through heaven. How do you patch that going into this? You are kind of on a anemic buy. You have classics, you have pistols and all of that going into Krugersdorp. Significantly stronger buy, yeah.
We've got both of our duelists on the A site. Now that's interesting. And Spike's over towards B. What do we make of that one, Rigo?
I don't know. I think we're trolling. I'm not going to lie to you. But it is a pistol, especially with the Phoenix. You can go for that orb, especially early on in these rounds. You want to be cycling that, because perfect cadence is about a Phoenix ulti every 3 rounds, a kill plus an orb, a kill plus an orb. So maybe if they're contesting for this orb, yeah, it looks like it. Definitely going for the orb, but the B pop is here.
Straight into the trap wire. That allows Vita Coco Water
and that's
to
Spike,
get that
no?
first kill. That was Spike down. The fade was entering with the Spike on her back, which is a little bit of a scary situation because now PRG, but look at how much space they've taken towards mid. The potential for the flank here is massive.
Yeah, but they have control of Spike. If they win this duel into B main, they just completely contest all avenues. So they have to hurry it up, though. This lurk is developing and it's looking dangerous.
Yes, it is. The first thing that's going to happen, it's going to be the Jet versus the Fade up in heaven. Now that eye's going to give a little bit of space here and allow for Shrine to swing around. The Jet has been taken offline, but the potential for the flank is still there. The shot lands just as the cage comes up, and the Spike is still under control of Griersdorp. And now they've caught Wise to the flank. Jerry the Goat with the Spectre in hand manages to get the kill onto Nuggets. A heal up to give a little bit more momentum here. 2 on 3. Oh my god, the timing jumps down, gets caught, and it's Stinger Bean with the Stinger in hand. Brings it down to a 3 versus 1, and Angel needs to channel that namesake.
Yep.
There's a lot of work that needs to be done here, but with 8 seconds left and no health remaining, it's Kreersdorp to convert.
Yeah, big conversion. These rounds are going the distance. You don't expect these rounds to last that long, but especially on that anti-eco conversion, Krugersdorp comes out on top relatively healthy. What's the investment into this round? What, 1 gun? Yeah, that's a great anti-eco from them. And now we're on A. Now we're on A. First rifle round for PRG. They want to be going for this Phoenix orb. Phoenix is slightly behind Cadence. We spoke about it being 1 every 3 rounds, and he's 2 orbs off, not necessarily optimizing that ult economy.
Ooh, okay. Double back towards mid. So we got a 3 stack pushing through to try and take this space. I was kind of interested to see that it looked like Jerry was potentially going to be going on a little bit of a flank here. Now again, we've got some potential concerns because it's the Cypher over towards the A side holding on to the spike and could get caught out here. And then we have a similar situation to what happened with the Fade previously.
And it's going to be on Nuggets to actually sniff out this Cypher here, but Cypher's playing very conservatively, banking on that mid-split to actually cause havoc, but A-split's wide open. It's an option play that they're not really willing to go for, trying to clear into B before hesitating, turning around. Nuggets, man of the moment here.
Oh, Tozy spotted, but does get caught out. Good little bit of movement there from Jerry the Goat, brings it back very strong in their favor, and this is a great split. When you want to be taking A, that split through heaven is so important, and the fact that they've already found those 2 kills, the A site is free for the taking. The neural theft coming out as well. I do believe that that is PRG, so getting all of the information on the enemy team, and now they can plant with quite a lot of certainty. The question now becomes, how do Kreersdorp opt to push for this? And it looks like they are just going to keep going straight into heaven. A little bit of a trade there, but it does still favor PRG, and there's a question to be had here. Do we just back away and try to hold on to our weapons? And that may just have to be the call.
Yeah, but you want to do damage as well. You have all of those Stingers and the Spectres as well. So Krugersdorp looking to do damage, but Gary the Goat always good for 1 at least. He's going to find the 3rd kill, looking for the 4th. Stinger Bean finds it. Angel closes it out. That's 2 guns alive for PRG in their first round on the board. But going into this, right, we have the Gary the Goat having that ulti. Finally, Phoenix gets his ulti. Unfortunately, he dies. And is he going to invest into this round? Not quite yet. Thinking about it. Thinking about it. There it is. Yeah, there you go. Shorty and the full complement. This is a Phoenix ulti round. But the big thing here, Cypher's a B player. Those trap wires going to find a lot of value here, potentially.
Now let's see what Jerry opts to do with this. Making a lot of noise in mid here. There we go. Now they're going to know exactly where he's popped that ulti from, but he's doing well to garner some space here and just runs Nuggets over that. Where are we looking, Vita Coco? Oh my god. Teammate dies in heaven, gets caught out. Jerry on the recall, gets the reinforcements. Beautiful performance here. That's why he was our player to watch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's an incredible recall. Not even recall, the Fade Haunt.
Yes.
Fade Haunt landed top of B main, scanned the person in B heaven. Gary the Goat swings through that, seeing through the spam, so pre-aims that and fires and just shoots. It's like, it's actually insane preparation, like first level preparation from this PRG side as they tie things up. Krugersdorp need to find their footing a bit here, especially these rifle rounds. They're what, 0-3, 0-2 for gun advantage rounds.
Yeah.
So going into this, an A split is what you're looking at on your screen. Clove and Cypher here ready to receive.
Already they've got a little bit of information. But PRG not willing to stall out just yet, so already trying to take some space here, but actually getting blocked off quite heavily by all of these kind of sightline denials. Meanwhile, Spike completely has hightailed off. It's starting to head over, so they're trying to pull rotations over towards the A side. But to Kreersdorp's credit, they haven't taken the bait.
Yeah, is that a brim? I just realized, it's 4 rounds in and it's a brimstone and a clove. There's no omen on this map, it just clicked. So it plays differently, but it plays kind of the same. You kind of only play fast as they're going into B.
And I do believe this is a bit of an anti-eco, so there's not a lot of firepower here, unfortunately, for Kreersdorp. So they're going to have to really rely on some of that individual skill. And unfortunately, well, they're coming up against the rifles. And to try and find an advantage in a round like that is very, very difficult. So this will be PRG getting that lead. Obviously, off to a little bit of a rougher start to things, but they've kind of regained some of the control. And now they're looking to build some momentum.
Yeah, that's 3 rifles, or 3 rounds unanswered by PRG. As they're kind of just running rampant on the map, right? They take a little bit of A, they take a look, see that someone's home, turn around, go B, right? It's very, very simple Valorant with that mid-round lurk going through B, or going through mid rather. Very, very well played from PRG, Kuro Kreersdorp, struggling to find a way to cut out those rotates. I think that's causing a lot of the, belabored build-up onto those site retakes.
And it felt for a moment in that previous round, like 2 rounds back, that maybe communications are breaking down a little bit. So hopefully they've taken a moment to be like, all right, guys, we need to keep talking. So yeah, we move into this next round. The cage comes up just to give a little bit of space here for Vita Coco Water to try and hold on. Nightfall comes down, still tucked into the corner. Shrine, double kill. That is a huge opener here for CKD. The Angel's going to get a trade back, but gets caught at the top of the ramp. And the last remaining players for PRG stuck in this A main area, not going to be able to really take that space. Still with a minute remaining, but they're being flanked on. Stinger B, no! Oh god, the dash from Jet completely catches her off guard. And with only 1 player remaining now, as LNT gets caught out, Cypher's going to have a lot to answer for in the rest of this round.
Yeah, Cypher having to do a lot of work here, but that's an effort. They're not dead yet, gets procced. Clove looking for maybe a run it back onto this, but Cypher ready to receive. Here's the cage. Oh, that's the wrong way. Nuggets, you're running out of time. Oh, well, they're dead. 0-7.
Salute. Rest in peace. 30 seconds left now for Cypher, and I think that the big thing here again is just going to be hold on to this gun. There is a world in which he pivots over towards the B side and maybe just gets a plant, just for that extra little bit of money at the end of the round. The fact that the entirety of CKD have actually already rotated over towards the A side. And I will say, the recovery has been pretty impressive from from PRG, considering how they started the round. And there it is. There's that kind of last second plant. So retake scenario, folks, there is still a world here. Now Cypher doesn't have the cam available, so gonna have to try and like really slowly clear out every single angle and not get caught out. Meanwhile, you've got Nuggets and Vita Coco Water still alive that can play off of one another. They found that trap wire, so now Cypher knows exactly where they're coming from. Gonna have to steal his nerve here in a 1v2. Can he isolate these fights? Finds the first kill onto the Viper. Vita Coco knows where Cypher!
No way!
3 clutch. What an animal.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's the kid's gonna do it. The kid's gonna do it every day of the week as Cypher, 1v3, what, 20% odds, 30% odds of even winning that round. Comes out on top. There's PRG, a team of superstars like we mentioned with Harry the Goat, but Cypher, put that kid on your radar.
What an important round to come up massive in as well. It started so good for CKD. Yep. They get all those opening frags, they take all of that space, and 2 players, remember, it was LNT and Cypher. They were the only ones alive.
Yeah, and he finds 3 kills there. He has the neural theft on top of it as well. So opening up with a kill here, plus that neural theft is massive. That's Fade Scan. Just scan 3 players on that B side of the map.
And Nugget's going to find that opening kill onto Cypher. So Raid Boss not going to be around in this particular round. And bearing in mind, that's their eye in the sky taken offline. But Gary the Goat is still alive and kicking. A beautiful flash means that Nuggets is not going to be able to keep up with that reign of terror. 3 players remaining now for CKD, but PRG have found space on the site. Egg kind of just swings into the Stinger Bean and unfortunately gets shut down. There we go. CKD finding a little bit of stabilization here. Have spotted out one in towards Garage Main, so going to throw that snake bite down, but LNT is already on the site and has already found a double kill. So now 1v2. There's no way. Another clutch to come through here. Nuggets! You know what, Cypher? Anything you can do, he can do too.
Nuggets are one of the big players from the national land, right? Nuggets is someone who at least in my coach experience, is someone who's consistent. They will
There you
get you
go.
across the line. They'll make sure that at least you stay relevant for as long as possible. We have 2 nuggets. I'm talking Viper nuggets. I'm talking Snake nuggets, not Scottish nuggets in this situation. So PRG having to deal with 2 nuggets on either side of the map, right? They're the Viper anchor with the Viper's Pit now in pocket, ready to be popped towards that B heaven, if not mid side of the map. But they have a read. They're going towards this A side. They do have the ulti, I think, to run it back in pocket to counter.
Oh yeah, they got so many ultimates here. PRG has got everything in the back pocket. Now, here we go, run it back coming through.
Big kill.
Nice from Shrine, hold the line. As soon as that flash comes through, knows that it's going to be pushing. So we'll get that kill onto the run it back. It's not going to deter them too much. It just gave them that little bit of information, but it denies them from getting some free kills and any further information. And of course, Nuggets does a good job to just kind of back away, give that space back over. How much of a difference does it make really as LNT prime position? Everyone getting involved in this fight now. Vitacoca on the side. Oh, what was that? What was that adjustment? LNT finding his second kill on the round here. PRG 4 versus 1 and Nuggets. Well, a hero, well, it wasn't this Nuggets, it was the other Nuggets. There's too many Nuggets, man.
Yeah, too many nuggets. Said no one ever.
I was about to say, can you ever have too many Nuggets?
No. Well, maybe. 13. Yeah,
There can
13.
only be one.
They can only be one. They can only be 1 Nuggets. But on the back end of this, PRG managing to rally, managing to recover somewhat. They use the Phoenix run it back, and Shrine finds that kill towards the mid area. But that would make, what, 1 of 2? This is the second ulti that it's been ineffective, more or less. PRG just winning this based off just sheer brute force and force of will here. Not really winning the macro game. They don't need to. CKD might have to do a bit more work just to bolster some of those weaker areas, especially the mains, because PRG is just completely dominating those.
This is probably going to be another weird low buy round, unfortunately, for CKD. So let's see if they can find a little bit of momentum here, as already PRG have found their way in on towards this B-bomb side. Sticker Bean's been shut down, and well, there you go. Bit of an anti-eco scenario here, and PRG are just going to clean up 6 rounds now for PRG. Yeah, CKD were able to get one, kind of break that streak somewhere in the middle, but for the most part, it's been a very heavy-handed PRG half, and if it continues along with this trajectory, CKD could be in a little bit of trouble. It is worth pointing out that this is PRG's map pick, so they're feeling confident.
Yeah, and I think CKD does tend to favor that Haven. I wonder if Nuggets is going to be playing the Viper once again, going to Haven, but that's obviously a different conversation for a different time. That's almost did cost the map, almost did the bad thing, but it is a ways down the line. Is PRG currently in the lead by a gap of 3.
Going for a little bit more of a low and slow now. I like this. So Spike's over towards the B-bomb side. Meanwhile, you've got PRG, or the rest of PRG kind of pushing. Oh, okay, we're dropping an ultimate as well. The Nightfall gives them a lot of space up into heaven here. So this is going to pull some of those rotations. CKD feeling a little bit paranoid about how these last rounds have gone, realizing they need to be reactive. But I like the double back here from Nuggets. They know there's the possibility for this. The first kill lands, and it's beautiful. Shrine, meanwhile, finding a follow-up kill over towards the A site, and suddenly things look doable, but oh, they've pulled all the reinforcements over, and the Spike's pivoting.
Yeah, it's a 3v4 as well, but CKD's been in these situations in LNT. Wanting to have his stake in the pot a bit here is it's going to be a 3v2. Spikes all the way in mid. A site is wide open. PRG get the spike on. Bladestorm in hand. CKD, been in these situations before, right? Advantageous numbers going into that later round of the half, and they failed to convert any of those rounds. So this is potentially an opportunity, but Gary the Goat says no, shuts Nuggets down where he stands, and it's a 2v2.
This is where PRG really do start to shine. When they're in these moments on the back foot, they take a moment, slow things down, and reassess what the plan is going to be. Find that kill. Spike gets planted down into the 2 versus 2. Now, I don't believe there's going to be a lot of utility left here. Oh my god, the run it back out. Jerry wants to ensure this round, make absolutely certain that they can take take this one. So a lot of information is garnered here. There's no one towards screen. So those last two players, more than likely Heaven or Main, they can keep their eyes trained a little bit more heavily towards that side. It's a good reposition from Vita Coco though. Hearing them run it back, realizing, okay, I can try to reclaim that space. Unfortunately, Sting is going to get caught out. That's going to leave Vita Coco all alone, and Jerry is ready and waiting. LNT spotted him out, trying to bait him out into the open. But even if he can't manage to do though, time ticks down. Jerry finds the kill, and PRG hits 7.
Yeah, that's the experience gap, I think. Gary the Goat has been around. He's been on teams like Click Esports, potentially played with a lot of the Nixer players as well. And you'll see some of those players in that open division. But that's an experience gap, right? You don't know how to manage those later, more developing rounds unless you've been in multiple of those situations. So PRG, under at least not good leadership, but just having a veteran voice in that team, can be able to maneuver some of those weird situations, especially those number disadvantaged spots. So CKD still have their foot on the gas here. They have a lot of ults to play with. That Nightfall and Viper Split still online if they want to use it.
Is this our first Blade Storm?
Yep.
There's been so much reliance on that run it back. Well, now we've got this power from the Jet potentially to come forward here. And there it is, right? Even if it doesn't get a kill, this is going to force Nuggets back in a disadvantageous position on a pistol round again. You don't want to be trying to take those fights unnecessarily. And somehow, Nuggets is going to find the opening kill. So Egg gets shut down, but all the space LNT found, manages to get them a kill. Angel follows up onto that one. CKD trying to keep this expensive, trying to keep it contestable, still in a 2 versus 2. Neural Theft comes out. Jerry gets caught out. Angel's all alone. There's a world. Guns certainly to have been picked up. Angel ticked so dangerously low, and it tried to find the clutch for CKD. PRG maybe getting a little overconfident here.
That's incredible. CKD and pistol rounds, CKD and ecos, something to be feared it seems. 7-4 is going to be the round going into it, so 8-4 potentially on the horizon for PRG, but if CKD is going to shoot like that on their ecos, just clean up the rifle rounds, potentially a lead overthrown here going to the second half.
Well, bearing in mind, most of the rounds that they've had were from like low buy rounds.
Yep.
So clearly, you know, this is where that communication needs to come in, where you need to be able to make those plans and execute those plans. And as you say, we need to find a little bit of cleanup on the rifle round. So final round in the half here. Look to see how CKD are going to approach this one. Good little split from them as well. So we're looking for a little bit more of an advanced position. I think that this round hinges a lot on what happens in mid.
Yeah, and there's no development here at all. Oh, Angel is there, but he's not going to be able to smoke towards that B side of the map.
A little bit too far away, so he needs to survive, and I think this is the tough thing. And actually, looking to catch these rotations. The timing on this is going to be massive. Finds that opening kill. He can calm that over, and the fact that he's able to slip away as well, and knowing that he spotted out 2 people, he can almost certainly predict that there's a heavy presence towards the B site, so the spike can start moving. Hang on, Spike's in mid. Spike is down in mid. Stinger has now called the location of the spike, so now they know that there's going to be a heavy presence in towards mid. They can start moving to reinforce, and already you can see 3 strong kind of aiming for that. Meanwhile, the rest of PRG start rotating all the way over towards that A site, because look at Jerry's advancement here. He's already pushed his way in towards the defender spawn, finds the kill onto Nuggets, and the A site is there for the taking.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. Once again, PRG in those danger timers, but Spike is going to make its way onto the A site. What plant are they going for? They're going to go for the one by Ticket Booth. It makes sense because they have Angel. Okay, they have a lot of stuff, right? They have the Brimstone with the Incendiary Molly. They do have the Orbital Strike as well in pocket. You just need to get Angel into a spot where you can use all of that.
The flank being set up here,
Wild.
Great from Nuggets, and there you go, going to get that little bit of healing as well on top of it. Waiting for Stinger to get into position. Oh, there's the thunder from above. Vita Coco is the one that gets the triple kill, though. Nuggets doesn't even get an opportunity to get involved. And you know what? Just to add on top of it, he'll grab the defuse as well. CKD recover in the latter rounds of this half. 7-5, definitely doable.
Yeah, that's massive. Is Nuggets the kill leader? He's kill leader on his team. Yeah, Gary the Goats is 19. Yeah, 19. But yeah, the kill leader in Nuggets. Finding a lot of those big openers, right? Finding, was it Egg underneath Hell? Like literally finds that kill, isolates it, and immediately opens up the site for Vita Coco Water to actually blow things open. But 2-round deficit going into this. CKD has won their previous pistol, currently 1-0 on pistols, looking to make that 2-0. Close that gap a bit here, but PRG struggling a lot on those eco rounds, right? They're pistol round conversion, they're weak by conversion rounds, aren't looking the greatest. So CKD definitely the favorites going into this round.
This one's for the fam back home. Here.
All right, let's see what kind of an approach we're going to be getting from CKD in this one. For the moment, it looks like it's going to be more of a default heavy setup. It's always interesting to see how teams approach their pistol rounds. You know, are they going for like a 5-man death ball rush? Are they going for something a little bit more defaulty? Are we going for something a little bit fakey? It's always interesting to see how they do it. And it's LNT that's actually going to take some aggressive positioning here. Has spotted out, I believe he spotted out both of them. Oh, geez. Okay, that was a little bit scary for Angel. Thank goodness for Jerry the Goat. Perfectly primed and positioned to shut down that mid position. That's going to give them the numbers advantage coming into this round. And now, still with a minute remaining, they've got time to pivot.
Yeah, I think a bit overthinking that pistol round in terms of how they set up in that initial phase of the round. But going towards the latter half of this round, they are leaning towards A, but it gets a bit dicey. Cypher just sitting there. That Cypher is always really precarious to walk into.
Oh, beautiful smoke. That's going to actually force him forwards. Oh, great decision making. If he pulls back, there's no way he gets that kill. And yes, Nuggets trades it back, but it keeps the numbers advantage for PRG. And now they can start pulling in those reinforcements. And CKD haven't really taken the space that they need. 30 seconds left. They need to commit. They can't actually go for a they're going to try. With the Neon in hand, they are going to try and speed boost their way.
They don't have time. No, they don't have time. They don't have time.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. They don't have. No, Sonic, run. Run, Sonic, run, Forest.
There's a world. No, they can do it. They can do it. They can do it, bro.
Ah, he got it. Wait, whoa, he got it.
That's why they're the pros and we just sit here and yap. But how much more momentum can they gain? A little bit of money from the plant. Oh my god, Stinger. Still finds one off the back of that, but can't clutch the round.
I mean, that's a Pyrrhic victory, right? You get the spike down. You don't necessarily get the kills you want for it. You don't get the round that you want for it, but your money's in a good state going to the next round, right? So you are a bit ecoed here. But CKD's pistols, they speak about Game Changer Sheriff, they speak about CKD pistol.
Yeah, but we've got an outlaw.
Yeah, I mean, don't just cover your screen, avert your eyes, everyone.
Don't look at the outlaw. This could be a little bit scary, right? Low armor, like really, really squishy targets. This could be a huge opportunity. And bearing in mind, you've got 3 players strong angling towards that A main position. So LNT is actually in such a good spot here. Ooh, make that 4 players?
Oh no.
He could absolutely farm here.
Oh no, oh god.
And the tensions start to rise. Oh, he's pushing forward. Oh, he's hungry. He knows they're there, brother. Looking for that opener. And they're not going to give it to him, and he's going to be forced to have to back away. Good call, CKD.
Yeah, great call. I don't even know if they knew that the outlaw was there. I think they just intuited that it's been too quiet across the map to actually peek into that A main area. But Angel teed up here, looking for that first duel against Vita Coco Water.
Oh, they're just walking it in, and there you go, get spotted out. Angel's going to find that first kill and has already calmed over that someone has threaded the needle. So PRG are ready for that push to come through. The problem is they've lost that mid presence. So now they have to try and keep holding, but LNT is already rotated. You know what, who needs LNT? Gary's there with a Guardian. Free gun, by the way. Double kill from Nugget, but LNT finally has the opportunity to activate, and poor Stinger Bean is left all alone. The spike's been lost in mid, and there is so much on her shoulders now.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, 30-second warning getting pocked here, and Spike's in a really bad spot. You have the close smoke to actually help get it. Potentially another Pyrrhic victory. Is that a trip in heaven? Yeah, it is. Yep, there's the trip. Yeah, you've been revealed. So if you can get the plant down, that'll be good. Your money gives you good rifles going into the next one. But okay, going for the safe one. Okay. Chuck him on in the win column, right? You got the spike down.
Ah, did you? Okay. Little bit whiffy on the Bulldog there, so they can't stop the plant. But you know what? They win the round. So PRG still going to be feeling happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, they got the spike down. I think that's the big thing. They got the spike down. I think they're overcomplicating it, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah.
I think they have, especially with the Clove, with the Neon and the Fade, you can just run it down. You know, you can just get it into the zone as much as physically possible, force it past it, whatever site's not Cypher's, right? Because the only person who's going to be able to deal with your Neon is that Cypher. So if you find the opposite site and you just run it in, you're going to get plant what, 3 times out of 5. And they've been overcomplicating things towards that mid-round, and their mid-round decision-making is a bit gapped here. But Spike towards that B side of the map, that Viper wall's not down yet, so they could be anywhere.
Gary is on 24 kills at the moment, just in case anybody was like uncertain about the performance that this player is making right now. LNT is going to be forced off the position, as you rightly called out. Massive shot to the dome, so that's going to force them to have to kind of give up a little bit of space here. I do like that CKD are going for something a little bit slower here, but they've done a lot of slow plays. The problem is, as you said, there's been a lot of overthinking things.
Yeah.
So now I kind of want to see them make a plan, stick to the plan, execute the plan.
Yeah, and it looks like they're very indecisive here going into this. They haven't even crossed the neutral line for a lot of these mains, so gonna go into B, look at Nuggets. Oh, the re-clear happened, B and Soy, nothing. Oh, what are we doing? The time is going down. The time is going down. There's a lot of indecision here. We finally got into ramps. We're stuck in A main, but Angel's going to find Shrine on that rotate. Carry the Goat's going to find 2 with that recently buffed Bandit.
That was a collat. That was 100% a collat, and that is devastating with the Bandit to make that happen. And now Spike's making its way in towards mid, so looking to try and garner some space here. They don't know, now they know that there's an aggressive push happening from PRG. 2 versus 4 with, as the announcer just said, less than 30 seconds remaining. Not a lot of time to find that space. Vita Coco with Guardian in hand. Gonna make it a little bit more contestable, but Gary is here and ready to shut down this push in its tracks. A 4K for him on the round, a double kill to finish it. Double digits for PRG.
Yeah, edging closer to that infamous number 13 round is CKD. Once again, I think outcalled themselves, if I'm being honest. I think they do need to just keep it simple, right? Set up that Viper wall as early as possible, commit to any idea, and then bail towards the Viper side if things don't work out. But very, very slow build up here, and it's giving PRG the opportunity in these mid rounds to find checkmate situations. So going into this next round, CKD on a buy round of sorts, a buy round of some variety, but they're buying down to 0 on Nuggets.
A bit of a tight spot for CKD to be in as well, because, you know, don't really have any ultimates to work with here. So this is a round where you really want to see them try and farm those up as much as possible. They're also going to be a little bit on the back foot economically going into the next few rounds. So beautiful play off of the trap. Oh, into the molly as well. That's a devastating start to the round. Jerry, brother, let them play the game. This is cyberbullying. Finally, they find him, they shut him down, and they trade back a little bit further. So we're down to a 3 versus 2 in favor of PRG. Now, CKD have found a little bit of space towards the site, but they kind of stall out a little bit here. Slightly panicked. Here's the problem. Cloves on site, but they don't have the spike. The spike's on the Cypher. The Cypher's been caught. The spike is lost, and everything is on Nugget's shoulders. Can't land the shots. PRG on a little bit of a run here.
Yeah, they're getting closer and closer to their first map of this grand final, but the big thing is CKD making progress as we go along, right? They got stuck in the mains for the last couple of rounds, but now their identity has evolved into sort of getting onto site, but not managed to get the spike across those really dangerous mid areas. So going into this round, a bit more conservative of a buy. They're not the most money. They haven't been saving, didn't put enough money in the piggy bank, and they're reaping the side effects of it. And PRG, flush with money. It's coming out of every orifice at this point.
A little bit of a haunt just to see if we can spot anything out. Look at the aggression from PRG out of A main. Oh, this could be devastating. Oh, and the first shot comes through, but it's aimed to fall. I love a good sheriff shot here, man. South Africans and sheriffs, they tend to be quite devastating. Oh, LNT, a double dip as they just keep giving him ones, and that's the spike lost. Now, the necessity for a recovery is massive for CKD. They're already at a numbers disadvantage. Never mind. We'll even things out. Shrine, don't bother picking up that rifle. Apparently, you are the GOAT with a sheriff in hand. Down to a 3 versus 3, and there's potential for a plant, but they need to recover that spike. And unfortunately, LNT is babysitting it like his life depends on it, hand in hand with Gary the GOAT here to try and make sure that they can't find the space. There's no potential lurk either. Angels actually found some space up in towards Heaven. We go trading off. Nuggets actually popping the not dead yet. They know exactly where she is though, and the final kills will land. PRG find 12. It's map point.
Yeah, that's just a masterclass from PRG in terms of mechanics. LNT getting 2 really big kills. That first one drops the spike. The second one confirms the hold on B main. And they just contain it. They just trap it in that B side. You have to try and re-clear all the way into B main before you even get to the site if you're CKD. So PRG on match points for map 1 on the opposing team's map pick is putting the pressure on CKD here. Can they rally? They finally have the buys in hand, neural theft in pockets, as long as that overdrive as well. So they have tools to do it, but are they the workmen for the job?
Final opportunity here for CK to make some magic happen. Bladestorm gets popped from PRG, so they've got that on top of the operator. There's a lot of firepower to be played with here in this round, and that can allow them to start taking a lot of space. Meanwhile, Spike's going to start making its way through. Barrels of guns have been
Big
spotted.
kills.
Egg's been shut down. Stinger been finding that opening kill, and oh, they get slowed down.
Look at Angel.
I know exactly.
Prime position, but gets absolutely run over now. Spike can pivot. It can start making its way over. The trap wire is perfect. Jerry already Elenti repositioning. The blade isn't going to land, but again, it forces CKD to have to slow down. There's been a lot of stall happening from PRG, stopping them from taking space. Beautiful flashes. Double kill from Jerry before he's finally taken down. My God, that's an Odin. Oh, okay. Let's see if it gets an opportunity to actually do something, as now again the spike had been lost, recovered by Stinger Bean. Numbers advantage still for CKD, have to find a way to leverage it. Oh my God, oh my God. Just imagine getting just absolutely run over by an Odin like that. Heartbreaking stuff, as now Cypher caught in another position where they need to clutch. Thrown out the neural theft, so has an idea where a lot of these players are. But it's a 1 versus 3, and to try and isolate each and every one of these for the win, this is it. If he can somehow clutch this round out, this whole map is over. And CKD very much aware of that, so they are moving to try and close down as much of the space as possible. And there it is, a quick little spray down from the Odin, and CKD have a stay of execution.
Yeah, 1 extra round, another lifeline, and now they have an Odin in hand. They've dropped the operator from the enemy team. That was a rage Odin buy. Gary the Goat has one. They almost bought 2. As buys are going to equalize a bit here. I'll run it back with the Odin. Seems oppressive, borderline terrorist as well. As PRG pulling out all the stops here, at least financially, trying to get that last round on the board for map 1. This is oftentimes the hardest one to win. You know, like that, just need to get it over the line, but if you can't get that, it slips away from you very, very quickly. And OT very much on the horizon, or at least in the rear view.
Yeah, I often call it the let's get it done syndrome, where you're like, let's just finish this off, and that's when you start making a lot of silly mistakes. But it's still early to start calling for that get out, brother. A headshot with the Odin, and that's how he gets the kill. That's absolutely outrageous.
And 36 and 10 on Gary the Goat? That's, that's crazy.
Oh, you
37.
Get out, brother. Just spamming through paper boxes. At least there's going to be a little bit of a trade-off, but LNT's taken the space, so ready, trying to predict the second kill. But there you go. Knows where Stinger Bean is going to be going. Heads are off at the pass, shots are down, Spike's been lost, and Nuggets, well, they had an amazing clutch in the first half. Can he replicate that success?
Yeah, a lot to do here. Get the
bullying.
first one.
Oh, that's bullying. Oh my God. Run it back to find him. Orbital strike to slow him down, and the swing from LNT. And that is what you call a power play. That's for the style points, and for PRG, that's for the map.
Yeah, it's going to be an unfortunate way to let that map slip out of your fingers for CKD, as PRG just ran completely over them. Gary the Goat played a minuscule part in the success, 37 and 10 casually.
I don't know, I barely noticed he was on the server.
Nah, neither did I. But plus 27 is something to note, especially, right? At least some of the best VCT players are, plus 17 on average. Hero recently did that in yesterday's game versus, I think, Na'Vi. So Gary the Goat is the hero of our server today, hero of map 1, going into map 2, which is Haven.
Looking forward to seeing what that Haven is going to look like. Because obviously, so we did mention that this was PRG's map pick, so we knew that they were going to be. Yeah, that's an ACS and a half.
Yeah.
Quite literally. Yeah, I mean, very well deserving of the MVP here. I will say, I feel like what do you think about the matchup in the compositions here? Do you think that played much of a part?
I think I would lean towards the CKD comp more than anything else because it's more traditional. It makes more sense logically. And it's a lot easier to function.
And a Viper.
It's the old Sentinels 2024 when they won Masters Madrid. So it has been proven to work. But as changes have happened, as people have been buffed, nerfed, touched, and adjusted, it's made it a lot harder to function without adequate protocols. So. The PRG comp is just going to function on its own. It's going to function independently. You don't need much prep work into it. Going into Haven, is that going to be a similar idea? Is CKD going to lean towards their double controller Sentinel ideas, or are they going to shift towards maybe a standardized single Sentinel and give some Stinger Bean the support she needs to actually entry sites? I don't think attack side was the problem, if I'm being completely honest.
Not.
Yeah, they just overthought it at every single step.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll see some adjustments being made there. Of course, Haven is going to be that second map, and it is, of course, going to be CKD's pick. So hopefully they're going to be feeling a little bit more confident when we do move on to that one. For PRG, on the other hand, however, I mean, we kind of came into this. They have been titans in the high schools esports league for a while leading up to this, over a couple of different titles. So I don't think it comes as a massive surprise to see them performing this well. However, that's our first map done and dusted, folks. We're going to throw this one to a very quick break. When we come back, we can find out, is CKD going to look better on their Haven, or will this be a PRG 2-0?
Time to run it all. I wake up. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first die, stretch. Tell 'em run it up. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first die, stretch. Tell 'em run it up. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first die, stretch. Tell 'em run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first die, stretch. Tell 'em run it up. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself, they're getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first die, stretch. Tell 'em run it up. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first die, stretch. Tell 'em run it up.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the ACGL ASL Valorant Final, coming at you live from the Grand West Arena in Cape Town. Reminder, you guys could be here right now watching live, assuming you're in Cape Town. I mean, if you're not in Cape Town, you got problems. But for those of you that are in Cape Town, you could be here in the crowd watching these finals playing out. I'm Narmizuki, I'm joined by Rigger, and we are one map deep in our ASL final, and so far, it's Paul Ruus looking very good.
Yeah, on the back of Gary the Goat's heroics from the previous map, 37 and 10, going into a 534 ACS, 2 people's worth of ACS in one person. PRG gets ahead, like very, very confidently as well with the 13-6 split map. It's very important to note that CKD picked split. So now we're going to go into Haven, which PRG...
No, other way around.
Are you I think? No, it's CKD. Yeah, it's CKD.
CKD picked Haven.
PRG picked it. Sorry, acronyms are in my head. You don't do acronyms on cast. Don't make my mistake.
Don't do acronyms.
Yeah, don't speak.
Just
don't
yell.
speak different languages. Just make shouting noises. But the big thing, we're going to Haven, right? Not a lot of shouting. It's too big. It's a 3-sided map. CKD struggled a lot when it came to the macro in terms of being decisive on literally any kind of stage of the game, right? Going into Haven, it's going to punish you a lot, right? If you lose A main control, you lose C main control, you can go B. B is the most retakeable side in the map. Insert Samrans in parentheses, right? So going into the CKD has a lot of heavy lifting to do. PRG in a really comfortable spot going into this game.
And I'm really curious to see what our agents are going to look like, because we had a lot of conversation around the split comp. But there's also that kind of factor of CKD had shining moments. They had some really good opportunities, but there were kind of struggles maybe in the communication, or maybe you're talking about kind of overcooking things a little bit. So, and I think that part of that was they had that moment of overthinking, and then they were like, all right, we need to compensate. And then things just kind of got a little overcompensated. So I'm curious to see, obviously it's going to kick off now with this composition and where that looks. And we've already had some interesting picks coming through, right? Like a Brimstone on split, Nary and Omen to be seen. We had the Clove as well, which I really wasn't expecting to see this weekend at all. So there's a lot of potential here, but what do you think? Do you think we're kind of expecting something a little bit more bog standard, or maybe a few more surprises from the schools leagues?
I think you don't want to overthink it, right? You want to play what's comfortable for you. You want to play what got you to this point in the first place, right? So ASL, there's 150 plus teams, 180 plus teams that you have to get through to even get to AGC land, right? You don't want to switch up things just because you're on a different map, because you're one map down, right? You want to be sticking as consistently as possible to what is working for you, what is working for your team identity, and what works with how you want to be playing the game. So I imagine both teams are going to be playing whatever's comfortable for them. I wouldn't be surprised to see, there's the Brimstone as well. And there's a Clove. Yeah, the big one. So there's a couple of subs here. I think Techno and Rue are coming in, and Viper Nuggets and insert one person are going out. So CKD making a couple of roster changes, potentially for the better, right? You want to come into this with a fresh set of ideas, fresh set of personalities going into it. Don't look at the Reyna. Ignore the Reyna with both eyes. The
thing is, I have 2 questions about the Reyna. First of all, why the Reyna? Second of all, is Stinger Bean and Sad Bean the same person? Is this a different bean?
If you squint your eyes, yes.
No,
I think they're different
the
people.
Audience, so it's definitely okay. Multiple beans.
Yeah, I think CKD wanted to play with the full complement, especially because I think some of the players are also playing the open as well. So give everyone the reps that they need going into this. But the big thing is map 2 on the ASL Valorant finals is going to be Haven, and it's going to start us off with a very cautious B pop. Shots get fired, but no targets are found here.
I was about to say, who's being cautious? It certainly wasn't Gary. He was in it to win it immediately. Nice little flash off there, find some information for the rest of the team, but does back away. Unfortunately, now PRG have lost a player very early on over on the B site, so that's going to cause a little bit of a readjustment from CKD. They start moving over towards that A site instead. Going for a split here as well. And very quickly we see a response from PKD. Now this is good. Shock darts out to just try and buy a little bit of time, but CKD very much hot on the gas. Straight in on towards the site. Double kill comes through, spike comes down, and it's all going to be down to these last 2 remaining PRG players. You've got a Cypher and a Phoenix. They're splitting up now to try and create a little bit of a crossfire. They're at a severe disadvantage. Okay, Gary continuing to live up to this terror that he has started in the veins of his teammate Cypher. Beautiful follow-up from him. That brings it down to a 2v2. They're so close together. A teleport leaves Sadbean in a clutch situation, and the final kill lands. CKD find the pistol.
Yeah, big round for CKD there as they started off with the first blood. Rue with the massive headhunter kill to open up the round, gives them all of their main control, and Sadbean closes it out. It was a bit shaky towards that mid round where PRG very, very intense on not losing that round, opens with some really big kills on Gary the Goat, and Cypher as well contributing, but can't get the better of Sadbean. Sadbean, not a Sadbean right now. Happy Bean as the CKD currently, what, 2 for 1 on pistols?
Yeah, actually doing really well on the pistols so far. And it has been kind of that attacking side where we've seen a lot of good stuff from them. So let's see if they can continue with that trajectory. Orb control, love to see that.
It looks like a C split. Yeah, C split. It's very trepidatious here. But that camera's seeing a lot of false info. It's seeing a lot of ghosts. Here's that recon dot. It's going to be a C garage pop, and Gary the Goat looking to try and receive, play spoiler, but gets cut off, and the C hit gets initiated. Sadbean, big opener.
Huge. Looks like Cypher might actually find that one. And oh, just before the smoke bloomed, I thought we'd get a follow-up there, but no. PRG managing to kind of hold on to their reinforcement shrine so up close and personal. Does actually manage to duck away, but not for long. Gary smelled blood in the water. Absolutely willing to run that over, and that means that CKD only have that one single player as an advantage, and the shock dart coming through means that it's going to come down to a 3 versus 3. The advantage slowly whittling away down to a 2-on-1, and PRG with only Angel alive to try and mount this retake. So much to do. Full HP players on the CKD roster. Spams through the smoke just to try and deter Angel from pushing forward and taking the space, but he's through the smoke and he's shut down. CKD with another conversion.
Yeah, the side of CKD with a really prevalent opener to both games, right? They started off their split with 2-0 in the lead before PRG mounted any kind of comeback, but very, very dominant showing from them. They've shown that they can go towards that A long side. They've shown they can open up the game on A. They've shown they can open up the game through Garage, going on towards C. The only thing they haven't shown is their B developments or B build-up. So going into this, I think I would steer away from that B. As long as A and C are working, you can lean towards extremity-based gameplay.
Now, PRG should have a bit of a buy into this round. Okay, it looks like they might actually have forced in the previous, which leaves them in a little bit of a precarious spot here. This should have been their first rifle round, and it looks like it's a little bit pots and pansy. We do have a rifle at least on Gary, and that's the person you want to have the rifle on. That's the person that you're kind of expecting.
And the run it back as well.
Yeah, there's a lot that could potentially be used here. Flash out. Oh, spots the first one. Finds that first kill, knows that there's a second person as well. A flash to try and follow up. Doesn't connect onto anything, but it buys crucial time down to the 1 minute mark. CKD haven't committed just yet, but we can see them angling over towards C. They've already taken a lot of strong control. They're going to activate that trap wire, which means that it gives over the information of where they are. Now Cypher with a rifle of his own in hand. He's going to be circumvented. Never mind. They're not going to be pushing for that. Instead, they're going to start moving away.
40-second timer here on the clock as they rotate towards the A side of the map. Is Shrine looking to go big here, but LNT finds a really big kill on that rotate. It's going to be a 3v5 on that post plant on A.
This should be a doable retake. Numbers advantage for PRG. They don't have anything to set up a flank from the A main position. A little bit of over-aggression here from Nuggets and running straight into 3 players strong. The positioning from Heaven ends up in a double. Jerry with the final kill. That's 3 for him on the round. And much like on Split, it's 2 rounds for CKD, but a very quick response from PRG.
Yeah, and if things hold true, we're looking potentially at a 3-2 lead for PRG based off of how good their conversions into those rifle rounds are going to be. CKD struggles very, very early on to develop really good rifle strats or really good rifle defaults. So CKD, the ball's in their court, right? Going into this round, they have everything to lose because they're very proficient on at least their pistol rounds, their early round defaults. They just need to make sure that they commit to an idea going forward. And the idea they seem to be committing to is going to be some sort of A build-up, it looks like. So we're going to see. PRG have their shooters in primed up positions, that run it back on Gary the Goat definitely going to play some kind of factor in this round's narrative.
Oh, LNT going for aggression again. Some shots being taken, gives over a little bit of information here for him. Oh, teamwork makes the dream work. The Leah, however, puts him in a little bit of danger, has to burn both of the cloud bursts just to get away. Gary shot in the back. No idea that there's any presence towards the garage doors, but CKD continue to follow that one up. Angel looking to try and even out the numbers a little bit, but does get caught unawares. Trapped in that seize, but no follow-up, so he gets to survive that little bit longer, but the spike will be planted, and it's all going to come down to that retake. Here's the unfortunate thing. There's only 2 players still standing for PRG. Yes, it's an easy site to retake, but you still need bodies. You still need reinforcements, and they did not have that. CKD find the third.
Yeah, that's bingo as well, right? They've shown their A hit, they've got around, they've shown their C hit, gone around, and it's a very fitting way that their third round that they get is on B, right? So the CKD side playing a really, really good early default, which is very, very comforting to see, right? They struggled a lot on split when it came to their attack side, committing to a singular unified idea. And maybe those changes are what they needed. Maybe it's a different voice or someone seeing a gap that the other people weren't seeing initially. So CKD currently in the driver's seat, PRG on the back foot for once, at a deficit that they hadn't experienced in the previous series. So they're building up this early default. PRG money is a bit in dire straits here.
Caution here.
We've popped the Blade Storm. So there's a little bit of extra firepower that's available. And bear in mind, Gary the Goat still does have run it back available.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of utility that they can potentially lean into. Oh, Nugget's going to come up close and personal with a bandit here. Who's going to win this battle? It's going to be Nuggets. Good little bit of fancy footwork there, and that's going to get the first kill for CKD.
Yeah, and that blows it up. Like, you can see Cypher has to rotate all the way through onto that A side. There's the Lear, there's the kill, there's Shrine. Gonna find Angel. Nightfall gets procced as well. Rue's gonna join the kill feed. Cypher's gonna fall, but Gary the Goat expeditely walks onto site. Sadbean finds Gary the Goat here. 4v1 here. LNT, lots to do. 32 HP to his name. Sadbean going for the plant here.
Spike planted.
This is a textbook B take, but Blade Storm is still available. A lot of firepower here that could potentially be kind of leaned into, but only 30 HP to try and make it happen. A Cloud Burst for that little bit of cover while he tries to get some information. The spike continues to tick down. They'll hear the Cloud Burst come out, picked up a gun. Looking to see if he can maybe isolate some of these battles. Oh, knives come out. Trying desperately to find some opening here. Something spots out Sadbean and is run over. CKD. You know what? They made 2 substitutions. I don't know if that made the difference. Something made the difference.
No, I mean, the Sadbean effect is in full motion right now. Didn't even need to go for the headshot, but did it for style points. An extra, 60 ADR there. So CKD teed up in a really good point right now, right? The first 5 rounds, oftentimes very, very formulaic. If you lose one, it kind of swings the pendulum in the other direction. But CKD wrestles back control on that round 3 conversion, and now they're in the lead going to the next buy rounds. As Harry the Goat has that ulti once again, 3 rounds in a row without committing it.
It's been a bit of weird to try and find the optimal time to use it. And that I think is kind of one of the issues you have. You get that ulti online, you start to overthink, well, when is going to be the best time to use it? And very often, a lot of opportunities slip away.
And it's going to be very, very tight to let those rounds slip away, especially on the stack side. That it's basically coming down to raw duels. Is Egg going to take a duel against Sadbean? And Sadbean once again. This is, it's unfair at this point.
And this is so great to get that opener for the attacking side. It forces your defenders to have to split up so many of their reinforcements. You start to find gaps or create gaps in the defensive line. Now you need to take advantage. Unfortunately, LNT perfectly positioned to get a follow-up kill. But meanwhile, the site has been taken over towards C. Spike's going to be planted. LNT, misses the shot. Slight little readjustment there, and Sadbean takes full advantage. Okay, Techno bunny hopping his way over down towards Long, somehow surviving. Gary's in their backline. This might be the time. If there was ever a time, and there it is, the run it back comes out. But knock knock, nobody's home. The site is free and open. A tap on the spike to try and get some presence available, but CKD ice in the veins, not willing to peek unnecessarily, knew that the run it back was popped, didn't have to pull out. So now PRG finds some space on the side. They try and bring out that, oh yes, the Hunter's Fury finds one. There's a trade-off, and Angel's going to be left all alone now into the smoke. Finds a follow-up kill. It's a 1v1. Even if he finds Nuggets, there's no time for the defuse. CKD, 5 rounds.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Pyrrhic victory. Everyone's going to die there, but they managed to get the round, right? And they just keep that train moving. That's 3 rounds unsponsored, or unanswered rather, for ICKD, as the run it back gets committed, doesn't find anyone. That's, I think, very, very crucial there. And Angel not managed to get enough kills to get that orbital strike online. So you're kind of running out of, easy win solutions if your PRG is CKD in full control, and it's all coming off the back of those A duels. They just keep winning them. I don't think they've lost a single A main fight.
I'll be real, CKD are not losing a lot of fights at the moment. A lot of strong control across the map. Even the B hits were working. I mean, you know me, like.
And even the C jump spot works as well, as Rue Tour de Force gets a kill onto Siphon. That's Sentinel down.
If it continues along with this trajectory, we may still actually get that map 3. It's going to be Lotus hanging in the wings, waiting to see if that's where we're going to end up. Still early doors though. Let's see how this one goes. Gary the Goat up close and personal, finds that first kill, tries to follow it up. Not going to be allowed to. Nuggets actually popping the not dead yet. Not too sure how much value he's going to be able to get out of that, but at the very least, it kind of functions like a run it back where you can start garnering information. Even if you don't get a kill, even if you end up dead on the other side of it, which they do, it means that you've managed to clear out a lot of space. And unfortunately, as we can see, PRG in a little bit of an economic, what's the word I'm looking at? Not a depression. Suppression?
Recession. There you
An
go.
economic recession
indicator there.
for PRG as CKD just keep that ball rolling. 6 rounds. PRG yet to give an answer.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a domination right now. Was Nuggets alive at the end of that last round? No, it wasn't. I think Nuggets has had 3 not dead yet. Hasn't got a single reset off of it. Just pops the not dead yet, doesn't get anything from it. So least of their worries though. They're 6-1. I'll take it every single day of the week. But yeah. PRG needs to mount a response at some point or another, because attack side Haven normally isn't this one-sided, right? It's oftentimes the defenders that are finding a lot of value, but the CKD side not really giving much room for PRG to respond.
That's hide and seek clove. I think that's kind of what you do. As soon as the enemy team pops that not dead yet, run away.
Yeah.
Don't let them get that kill. And that being said, haven't really needed to up until this point. It's been a lot more kind of utilitarian than anything else. But there you go, Techno's going to find an opening kill onto LNT. That's going to give them a lot of space to work with. No follow-up, however, as Sadbean gets taken down by Egg. A little bit of revenge there, but Gary and Techno go toe-to-toe, and it's Gary that comes out on top. 3 on 3 now. The spike is on the site. Hasn't been planted yet. Neural Theft does nothing as Shrine pushes through the fog clouds, finds a double kill. Now Gary has to 1v3, has already picked up the first, knows where one is. Footsteps are being heard, and it's a game of ring-a-ring-a-rosy. And, well, we all fall down, or at the very least, Gary does.
Yeah, Nuggets is super sharp right now. That is a hell of a flick on 1 HP. Got dinked through the wall as well, so it is CKD just running over things right now. PRG struggling to find any kind of footing going into this, but if there's ever a round where they can find some kind of momentum, run it back, Orbital Strike, and Hunter's Fury in pocket. If you string one of those in the correct instance, in the right time, don't even in the right time, just string it, just use one. You win this round, you can guarantee at least a 4-7-half, but if you're going to be stingy about that, CKD looking to run away with this.
Well, Gary's got another run it back online, which is actually pretty cool considering he used it just a couple of rounds ago. So, and then that's what you were talking about, right? You want to kind of keep that going, you want to keep that cycling as much as possible. But again, we fall into the trap of not finding opportunities. A good attempt at aggression being made here, but Shrine is going to find that first kill, doesn't get traded. That leaves PRG somewhat hemorrhaging. Nuggets doing so much work on this map. Nightfall now to find the control on the B site, exactly what they want to be doing, and immediately we have a reposition being forced out. A flawless round from CKD, all 5 alive. this half is devastating.
Yeah, it's a bit rough if you're a PRG fan right here. Gary the Goat was, 37 and 10 on the previous map. Even him being on top of the kill leader for his team isn't necessarily enough right now, as they're just being out-macroed, and we spoke about it. Be decisive. Stick to one idea. Just go down a site, go down a lane is what CKD need to do, and they are doing it in spades. They've got 7 rounds and surplus to speak of, so... PRG on the back foot here, having to respond to a 6-round deficit unanswered as well. Looking to mix it up. Gary the Goat walking down that C-long area, trying to play a bit more hero role in this round. Not going to encounter any resistance or any trips here, so...
He has been punished for this aggression previously, right? There's been other rounds where he's tried to take the space and has kind of been taken out, and not having him online has been a huge deficit, and immediately Sadbean's going to find that kill onto Angel, so again, they're going for that B pop. Oh, okay, LNT, good position for the trade-off, but the spike's already been planted. They have all the control that they need, and they're going to keep pushing their advantage, pushing for that space. Gary now going to find the kill onto Rue. That's his position known. So pops the run it back to try and find some value off the back of that. Will have spotted out one towards the back of sight, but they're just going to completely circumvent that ultimate. Meanwhile, he loses out with a teammate. LNT makes the right decision here. A retake with an op in hand is not going to be ideal. Egg gets caught trying to reinforce, get into a position to help his teammates, and LNT in a little bit of danger here. Shut down. Gary has to run around in circles again in a 1vx, and again not allowed to continue playing. CKD, I mean, we spoke about it. This is their map pick. Yep. They weren't comfortable on Split. It wasn't their home ground. It's clearly not a map that they're feeling super confident on, but on their map pick, on their home ground, and they've absolutely blown PRG out of the water at this point.
Yeah, and it's, I think, on the back of the defense being spread so thin, right? On Split, it was a lot easier for the defense to just collapse on mid, find those early picks, or just go B main or A main. You have additional 2 more lanes to deal with on Haven, and if you gamble wrong or you lose a really crucial gunfight, the numbers are just stacked irreversibly in the wrong direction. So PRG definitely on the back foot here, as this deficit is presenting quite the mountain. Sisyphus and his boulder couldn't surmount this mountain at this point.
Oh, these aggressive, proactive pushes from PRG are very consistently being punished.
Yep.
And I don't hate the idea, especially on a round like this. You don't have a lot of money, you don't have a lot of firepower, but it keeps getting punished. And at a point, maybe it's time to change up the strats.
Yeah, especially when Sadbean is on a heater and a half with these first bloods. As LNT is going to find that first kill onto Techno, trying to stem the bleeding here. Finds the first kill, but Shrine answers immediately.
Yeah, the Bladestorm is really the only bit of firepower that they really have in this round. So they have to do a lot to try and leverage that. And they've already found that opening kill. It is onto the Sova, so there's a lot of information that gets taken off the board thanks to that, but they still have that fade. And I think that's why we've got this kind of double initiator type of vibe going on. Yeah, double information initiator. Yep. It gives them so much to work with, and they're leveraging that to absolute perfection. Gary the Goat once again in a 1v3. And this is so weird. He's either getting punished early or he's in a 1v3 at the end of the round.
Yeah, struggling to find relevance here is Gary the Goat. He was our man at the moment the previous game. He was someone that we looked at with star-studded eyes, but right now maybe the stars got too big, maybe he fell slightly short of the moon as CKD right now taking the lead in spades. But yeah, it's looking rough. I'm very interested to see what Sadbean's first bloods are at the end of this game, because I've counted maybe 7, maybe 8 first bloods, and that when you get impact that instantly, every single round, it becomes very, very hard to relay. And like you mentioned, that double initiator as well means you lose a body, you're not phased. You can still reclear. You have so much util.
Also, Shrine has overtaken Gary on top of the Sova, which is really huge. And I feel like Shrine has been getting a lot of lost bloods.
Yeah.
Just kind of consistently, and that's what you want from your initiator. You're getting the information, you're surviving until the end of the round, and then, a little bit of clutch potential as well, just to sprinkle a little bit more on top.
Yeah, set him up and, just be a stalwart presence as finds LNT there and is going to run away, so escape with their life, but Wolves in close proximity.
They're already trying to close the gap here. There you go. Shrine gets shut down. That's a big movement for PRG. Unfortunately, it's followed up immediately by a CKD triple kill. Sad Bean stays alive, stays relevant, down to a 1v4. Angels found the first one. That's going to pull out the Hunter's Fury. They want to try and get the information off of that. And, well, Hunter's Fury to the left, Nugget to the right. What are you meant to do? An 11-1 half in favor of CKD.
Yeah, that's something. That's a turnaround from the previous game where they, 7-5 half? Going into it where they were a bit lost, a bit destitute, but coming into this 1 round in retaliation. And then they went on the trot, won 9 back-to-back, right? If things hold, they're going to win their pistol, they win their bonus conversion. Done. Going to map 3. We'll see you later, right? PRG in a position now where 2 chances? Maybe 3 mistakes total if I can, gauge it. But you're in a really rough spot here. You're in a very, very rough spot if you're PRG.
Well, we were saying previously that, the attacking side from CKD wasn't the problem.
Yep.
So now that we're swapping sides, the question becomes, how does PRG respond? They've got their double duelist set up here. You know, Gary still does exist, so maybe there's potential to kind of turn things back around. And as I mentioned him, he's going to find that opening kill onto Shrine. A pistol round absolutely necessary at this point. Oh,
Oy.
Gary! He actually set up for the flash. He didn't use it. He pushes through and he gets shut down. Sadbean follows it up, and now PRG trying to find space on the site, and they are getting absolutely obliterated. Final player standing. Angel is shut down. Sadbean with a 3K. CKD on map point.
Yeah, and it's a big pistol as well. As they lose that first blood, but we spoke about it previously, right? You have the double initiator, you set them up in positions where they can get as much value as physically possible. Shrine might have fallen A main, but Techno is right in the wings, ready to fill that gap with their recon, with their utility. That shock dart did maybe close to 100, 150 damage as well. So CKD, all things firing on all cylinders here as PRG struggling to mount any kind of response. That first blood's not enough because once you get the site, you need to close it out. So CKD on match point here, looking to take us to map 3.
And speaking of closing it out, this is where it's going to happen. First blood. It's not Sadbean this time. It's Rue. Scout in hand. You got squishy targets. That's the moment to make the magic happen. Gary's trying desperately to keep this in contention though. Has recovered a rifle for himself, so going to try and find a way to leverage that. But Rue continues with the reign of terror. A shot lands onto Shrine, but now Gary's all alone, separated from the entirety of his team. Sure, he's got the spike, but he doesn't know where all 3 of these final players are. He's given away his position, knows where Nugget is, can't really afford to turn around. And slowly starts moonwalking his way over towards the A site. Spots out Techno, manages to dodge away, looking to try and find some space. Oh, a shot through the wall. 4K for Gary. It's going to have to be an ace.
Has to be an ace.
Everything is on his hands here, and it's just for survival. This isn't for the win. This isn't for the championship. This is just to stay alive for one more chance to try and push us into overtime. 11 rounds is what necessary, and this is where it all begins. The first shot lands. Nuggets knows where he is. The swing headshot! Gary the GOAT lives up to his name.
Holy, Gary the GOAT, take a stand, man. PRG unfortunately still down rounds, but if he's going to pull out performances like that, it's not that big a lead, right? So that's definitely a momentum booster. Definitely a momentum booster and a confidence booster, especially for Gary the GOAT, a man who I think we view as the linchpin of this PRG side. And CKD, dust this off. If you want to win this game, you can't let rounds like that get to your head.
I mean, with a lead of 10 rounds, I'm sure they're not devastated.
In before montage.
I mean, I even saw the CKD fans clapping. They were like, yep, you know what, fair enough.
Yep.
Checks out. You deserve that one. Gonna have to turn into momentum though. Can't just be a flash in the pan, a one-hit wonder. Oh, okay, unfortunate shock dart there. A little bit of follow-up at least. Rue in a good position to trade back, but Gary finds that second kill. The 2 duelists popping off, finding the momentum that they need. And of course, unfortunately, this is an economic reset round for CKD. This should have been a bonus for them, but unfortunately, they had to heavily reinvest into this. Angel spots out Shrine on the rotation, and Rue's going to be the last person standing. Has managed to pick up 1 so far, but 1 is all he gets, and PRG find the 3rd.
Yeah, you're going to have to go 9 runs on if you're PRG, but it's 1 round at a time, right? You start building off your previous successes as much as physically possible as we scale into this game a bit more, but we spoke about having 2 mistakes, we spoke about having 3 mistakes, and now you have 1 round where you can make at maximum, 5 mistakes? And even then, like, the last time you bailed out from an ace alone. So, CKD, now finally on guns, now finally on rifles. Let's see if they can tap this across the line, or if PRG managed to grab one more lifeline.
Revealing area.
Yeah, unfortunately, relying too heavily on heroics can definitely come back to bite you.
That's a big dink.
All right, good little bit of early damage here. Forces the teleport as well, but Sad Bean continuing with their reign of terror. First blood comes through. Gary trying to find some space here. Definitely spotted out an arm there. Was toying with the idea of the wall to maybe scale up a little bit further, but not actually willing to do that. Man, look at all this damage. It's just little bits and pieces of chip, but not quite finishing off their meals. And while they're not finishing their meals, CKD are taking advantage. 2 players remain now from PRG. Blink, and you missed it. 5 kills are what is necessary. Gary's been caught. He's been found. That's the spike. Shrine, 3 kills to their name. 1 player remains, and it's a swing from Sad Bean to end the reign of terror. PRG from a 13-6 victory, from beating CKD in the group stages to a 13-2 devastation on map 2.
Yeah, and it's a bigger story because it's a 11-1 half, 9 rounds unanswered, and they just kept running away with it as they developed. But CKD in great spirits. Yeah, that's definitely, I think, a round that they are happy to have won in such a fashion, right? So going into this, PRG definitely on the back foot as we go into Lotus, right? A more macro-intensive map, but if things hold true, you can play the hero plays, something like they did on Split. Like PRG might find some kind of beneficial, some kind of benefit on that sort of map. But Kuro Krugersdorp actually found a lot of value on Haven, which is that 3-sided map. So let's see if the width of everything makes all the difference going into this. But yeah, we're going the distance. We're going the distance, yeah. Summit and Sunset get banned, unfortunately. I would love to end on a Sunset, but unfortunate, yeah. Lotus got to be outside it.
Yeah, no, let's be real. I don't think that those were going to be coming through, wishful thinking.
A boy can dream.
It's certainly, but not going to be the case, unfortunately. No, like you said, it is going to be that Lotus decider. And, I mean, we have so many questions because, so I spoke about the group stage game. It was a 13-3 for the first game and then a 13-6 for the second game. So for PRG, they came off of a very dominant win in that group game. Now in the grand final, CKD have not only found their footing, found their momentum, but they've delivered a very devastating blow, potentially. But we still have that third map. So there's still potential here for either one of the teams. And I think what I'm really getting at here is the fact that both teams have the potential for a one-sided domination. And I think that our final map, I mean, that tends to be the handshake map, the map that teams are at least marginally comfortable on. So how comfortable are they actually going to be once we move into it?
Yeah, and I think especially when you're going to that best of 3, you have a lot of things, right? You have fair wins and good wins going on your direction if you're with the team that won the second map. If you're the team that won the first map, you kind of have to wrestle momentum back from that the previous game. So it's going to be a bit dicey. It's going to be a bit interesting, but we're not going to deal with that now. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll come back to you guys to finish off the ASL Grand Finals on Lotus.
Tell them run it up. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself, they getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up.
cover this head. You can't kill my 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 cover this head.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ACGL AGC. It's the Valorant ASL final. That's a lot of
All the
alphabets.
acronyms, yeah.
All of the A's, a lot of A's. And you know what else is A+? The Valorant that has been on show for us today. PRG taking on CKD. And, well, blow me over with a feather, Rigger, because we're going to map 3.
Yeah, and it's going to go to Lotus, as I think the CKD side had a generational attack side.
Ooh.
Genuinely one of the best attack sides I've seen on Haven in general, with an unorthodox comp of all things, right?
Yeah.
On the back of what, their three subs, Techno, Rue, and Sadbean coming into the roster. I still don't know if Sadbean is Stinger Bean, but
No,
it doesn't really matter.
Stinger Bean was in the
Okay.
was in the audience, so yeah, it's,
Okay,
it's a
okay,
different bean. It's a different
Yeah,
bean.
a different kind
but
of
no
bean.
less of a bean, you know.
Yeah. But we're going to Lotus.
We
That's
are.
the big one. Going to Lotus as the decider for this grand finals. The differential has been 3. We went from 6 as the losing team, 3 as the losing team. Is there 13-0 on the horizon? Like patterns, I'm a math guy, and patterns dictate like we are going to a 13-0 potentially.
What about a 13-9?
13-9 potentially as well. Yeah,
you know,
we can
it's
go up
kind of a
3.
weird pattern, but yeah, it could happen.
Yeah.
It could happen. Alternatively, we could end up in some overtime shenanigan because,
Yep.
as we said, Lotus tends to be that handshake map, the map
Yep.
that neither team really wants to ban it, neither team really wants to pick it. But you know what? We'll play it if we absolutely have to. Twist my arm.
Yep.
We can go to that map, and so I think that we're in for a lot more potential for like. Shenanigans and more closeness. And okay, there we go. Confirmation. Sad bean, different bean.
Okay.
So at least we know that. Oh, we have both Nuggets back in now. So Techno is out, and we have capital N Nuggets and lowercase n Nuggets,
Okay.
which is not helpful at all because
No,
when
not
you
at all.
when you get into the game, the HUD capitalizes everything anyway. So that's not helpful in the least. But there you go. We'll try and make it as discernible as we possibly can. Now, something that I did want to point out that we didn't really get a chance to touch on earlier, for anyone that doesn't know, one of the big prizes that is up for grabs for 3 individual players over the course of this weekend is a scholarship to Northwest University. Now, 3 players could potentially walk away with that scholarship, and the way to do that is to perform, to
Yep.
do incredibly over whatever. It could be 1 title, it could be 12 titles, it could be whatever, and it's over the course of multiple days, multiple events, and you could be walking away with that. So I mean, there's so much up for grabs here: the crown, the money, the prestige, the bragging rights, but there's also an investment in your future.
Yeah.
And that is what ACGL and ASL bring to the table, and it's part of what these players are fighting so hard for. So looking forward to seeing how that's going to wind itself out as we kind of get ready to move into Lotus. Compositions, Rigger, what are we thinking?
With the 2 Nuggets, lowercase and uppercase Nuggets, I'm expecting some kind of double controller shenanigans once again. Capital Nuggets loves playing that Viper, and I think we're going to see more of that. Or are we not going to? He's going to up towards the Clove and then trade with the Sky. So we're going to see more double initiator here. It makes sense. It honestly makes the most sense possible because Sadbean's consistently getting those opening kills, right? She's constantly winning those duels. She's constantly opening up the map for you to develop other situations and more checkmate scenarios in the game. So it does make sense to be running the double initiator. The Clove is a bit awry, but Angel off the Brimstone onto the Omen for once. First Omen of the series.
I mean, Nuggets really likes the Clove. We've seen that over a few maps. You're looking at rolls. I'm looking at that's a Sky and a Reyna, and there is no Viper to be seen.
Yeah.
All right. As a Viper lover, I am devastated. But here we go. Let's kick off this map, number 3 of our grand final. And immediately, Shrine finds an opener, but Jerry the Goat is going to trade back in double, looking for that triplicate as we throw out a ton of utility just to stall out PRG as much as possible. So getting already in a post-plant situation here, so just have to kind of hold the line a little bit longer. The guiding light comes out, creates a little bit of an opportunity, but there's the triplicate for Jerry. Beautifully landed. Nuggets now trying to take the space, trying to isolate these fights. Loses their life. Gary finds the 4K. And actually picks up the ace. You know what? Fair enough.
Yep.
They had an ace in the previous map. Going to kick off the 3rd map with an ace as well.
Yeah, 10 kills in 2 rounds is sort of a glimmer of that 37 and 10 game from Split. So in a unique fashion, PRG winning the first pistol of the game. So if trends hold correct, they're going to win the next round before a CKD response, right? So the HUD is a bit flipped. The HUD is a bit wonky. PRG has 1, CKD has 0. So going into this, PRG answering finally for their last game's transgressions.
Also, the HUD has been playing silly shenanigans today,
Yep.
so do bear with us. But it is PRG that have finally found a first pistol and are hoping desperately to follow that up. And there you go, LNT up close and personal, Stinger in hand, finds that beautiful little opener here. So PRG already poised to kind of follow up with that momentum. Spike's going to get planted here. A couple of spams through the wall onto the default position, but we know that's not where the spike is being planted. Rue, ooh. Oh my goodness, so much utility there. The C's, the molly, the spam through the smoke. Not going to be long for this world. And the follow-up damage is just about untouchable. Nuggets is going to find one, but it's going to leave the secondary Nuggets all alone. A swing from Angel cuts him down, and PRG find their second.
Yeah, swimming in a pool of Phoenix's molly is PRG. Find that big kill onto Rue, who was trying to spam through that smoke, trying to get the site player off there. But they get their second round. When looking onto that third round, CKD potentially favored, as that's how the trends have been leaning towards in these first 5 rounds. So CKD splits quite dramatically on this defensive side. Without the Viper, you are going to struggle to build up any kind of, cross-map hold. Viper's really, really good at having some kind of global presence. You set up the orb on C, you wall B, you wall A. You have all of that control. But when you completely leave the Viper, it's quite precarious here, as you're just banking on your Sentinels landing their shots.
Damn, okay, we already have a run it back through in the mix as well. Gary's been huge at farming those up. I suppose an ace certainly helps out with that one. And while in the run it back, going to find the kill onto Shrine. I think PRG took that last map personally. We kick things open here beautifully, carving a path into the Steve bomb site. And they don't need to go anywhere else. They are so comfortable here. And CKD are struggling to mount any sort of real retake. But it is their first rifle round. And they do have a little bit to try to work with, so maybe there's an opportunity. Nope, Gary just continues. Good lord, man. I don't know what happened on map 2. I don't know what happened between maps 2 and 3, but Gary has stepped up once again. You know what? Maybe Haven is just a weird map for him.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, the hat trick is completed. They've won their first, second, and third round. Looking geared up to win, 5 rounds? On the trot here is PRG, and like you mentioned, they seem like they've taken it personally, right? They've sort of shifted into a new gear, kicked it into high gear here. That's a 20, 30 second plant in comparison to the previous game where it was oftentimes like a minute on average. So they have been leaning on that accelerator quite aggressively with that Neon, with that Phoenix, just brute forcing the lack of Viper or stall on C-side.
All right. I nearly called the if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but it's not a C hit. It's actually smoke and mirrors. An opening kill might even just sell that further. Look at this push from Rue. Some good aggression here. Might be able to actually catch a rotation. Nope. Cut down. Not going to be allowed to do anything. Spike's making its way over towards the A site. And to PRG's credit, CKD's credit? Damn, I'm at that point now where I don't know where anybody is.
PRG's on attack side, right? PRG
yeah, that checks out.
Yeah, got the first kill, they got the second kill down walking into CT, and now they're dealing with the C rotate here. Fade or Shrine with the Sheriff in hand has a lot to do here.
Oh, there you go, immediately. Oh, clean shot from Shrine. Has been so good with the Sheriff, but unfortunately cut down on the second asking. Now Nuggets... What? Angel's barreled through, but his eyes didn't follow him, so Nuggets gets a free kill off of that. 2 versus 3 now to try and maintain control, but LNC has been so good. The follow-up, the final kill from Gary the Goat, and it's PRG up to 4.
Yeah, the map pressure is very suffocating, right? It feels like you're drowning, especially when you're struggling to find any footing as the defenders, right? You need some kind of boat to stand on, something to lord over, a lord schooner, so to speak, as you need some kind of build-up in your defensive side, right? Either C main pop or A main fight or even some kind of B main walk-up. But you can't just stand there in spawn letting them come to you, especially without the Viper. Viper offers a lot of stall, a lot of lockdown, especially towards that C site. And if you don't have her there, they just walk onto C at their convenience.
LNT a little bit ahead of the eye there, but oh my god, it's another aggressive pop into the site. The run it back to allow them that little bit of space. Yes, Nuggets gets one onto the run it back, but it's good for the trade. Chaos on the site as we go blow for blow. But again, it's PRG who find the momentum, who find the advantage and continue to press it. CKD now with only 2 players remaining, trying desperately just to battle back a little bit more. Now Sad Bean has been so big on those openers, but needs to find 4 kills now back to back. It's not about the opener, it's about the closer. finds that first one. Nice little dismiss. Actually allows her to,
Disengage.
disengage exactly and kind of dodge all of that Molotov damage as well. But there's still so much more to be done. Job's not over just yet. A little bit of utility still in the tank. Oh, the timing just not what it needed to be. Gary finds the final kill, and PRG are on a roll.
Yeah, and coaching would call that a perfect 5, right? You win your pistol, your anti-eco, first and second rifle, and then your second anti-eco conversion, right? So sets you up in a really good spot here. On the other end, it forces the enemy team to one more econ reset before you get your next rifle. And that, if you didn't ult on round 5, you have to ult on round 7, right? So you are kind of running out of opportunities to use your impactful util as much as possible. It was a good hold from CKD trying to anchor down that C site, but ran out of bodies, ran out of util, ran out of stall, and they just took all of it. Is PRG looking towards to spread their influence towards this A side of the map.
Oh my god, Gary. Something happened between maps 2 and 3, man. I'm going to die on this hill, but he's found yet another opener. Now the overdrive as well. LNT trying to get up close and personal, gets caught on the rotation. Gary not in a position to trade back, but Seifert manages to kind of take that space. Egg follows, doubles down, and the final 2 players from CKD have a massive task on their hand. 2 versus 3, once again, disadvantageous position. Can they find a way to isolate these duels? The wall gives them that little bit of extra cover to maybe work with, and Sadbean finds one, but the information is calmed over. Gary knows where she is, and she can shut it, or he can shut her down. Nuggets now going to have to run 1v2. Doesn't realize that Nuggets is, or rather that Seifert is on the spike still. And PRG find that 6. This is the first time that we've seen this dominant of a kickoff.
Yeah, without a response as well, like this early of a lead as well.
Yeah.
That is an unfortunate situation to find yourself in as Nuggets. That is what we know, for people who don't know, a triple exposure, right?
Yep.
You walk onto A main, you're exposed to heaven, you're exposed to front side, tree, anything in between, even stairs on main, right? It's impossible to clutch from, right? If you don't know where the 2 are, it's very, very impossible. So PRG pressing the issue and just macro gapping them in a way that is hard to deal with just based off of comp identity.
Okay, I like this crossfire, and it's more than a crossfire, it's a triangle as well. They've got a lot of angles covered here, exactly what they need.
Dismiss.
Beautiful opener, and the dismiss gets the information as well. Yes, Sadbean does die, but what is this recovery? PRG have managed to find 2. Now Nuggets actually pops the not dead yet, just trying desperately to keep the numbers in a doable situation. They're going to have to get really up close and personal. It's the shorty to find the kill onto Rue. Nuggets not going to be allowed to survive any longer, and it's just going to be the other Nuggets to try to clutch. It was such a good opener, but PRG are just so good at stabilizing.
Yeah, there's small bits of micro there. I don't know if you noticed, the not dead yet procced, and Gary the Goat immediately threw a molly into CT, right? So if Clove tries to pop the not dead yet into CT, they take chip damage before they even come at the smoke, right? So it's small bits of micro, these small edges. Even that dismiss from CKD wasn't good enough because there's one person waiting in the smoke ready to receive, right? So PRG playing at a whole nother level, a level we haven't seen from them in the previous map, and even greater, surpassing the one from that first map. Going into this, the tour de force is procced, but it's on the wrong side of the map. It's in the B side. They haven't gone B at all. It's all been C and A.
It's literally just the first pistol.
Yep.
And that's what B is for. It's not for rifle rounds, generally speaking, unless you want to do something a little bit shenanigan-y. And speaking of, Gary, run it back in hand, finds the kill onto Shrine. And you know what, doesn't get much more, but how much more could you really ask for of him? That's the C site free for the taking. Yes, they've even set up a little bit of a lurk here from LNT, so doesn't actually catch the rotation, spots it out. It's going to force LNT to have to back away, but it buys them that little bit more time. It gives them that little bit more information with the spike already planted. This retake is a tough ask.
Man, the big thing is froze that mid-rotator, so there's not enough numbers. It's Gary the Goat. Gonna find a kill with the gun, and then the molly, and then LNT gonna find one, close it out with that Reaver Phantom. As it's 8-0. It's a PLG show. It's the PLG show in every sense of the word. Not due to lack of trying. CKD, I think, is offering resistance, but their comp doesn't have enough oomph to stop it, right? Chambers banking on a lot of his kills, a lot of his first encounters being positive.
Yeah.
Sky's resulting in, or requires Reina to be finding a lot more value in terms of proactivity.
Yeah.
But every single time Reina's on one side of the map, they just go the other. So now you rotate and now you split the Sky and the Reina, and there's nothing you can do with both of those flashes. So CKD in a bit of dire straits. Their econ holding on by a thread here. A loss here results in another econ reset as Nuggets in a very dangerous spot. Doesn't manage to get out of their life at all.
Oh, good flash there. It's a fairly telegraphed position, unfortunately. And it's going to be another A-site take for them. Now, Nuggets is in a... Nope, no, they're not. I was getting ready to talk about the tree position and how that could end up in a little bit of a flank, but nope. Found out, and only one player remains for the CKD roster. Rue's going to get a little bit of damage here, but that's all they wrote for that round, and it's another PRG absolute standoff on Lotus. And I mean, this is looking very depressing, I think, for the CKD guys. You know, they come off of such a dominant second map, and obviously with that being their choice, we knew they were going to be comfortable.
Yeah.
And I think this also it straddles the line between play something you're comfortable with and play a composition that has synergy and has ideas and win conditions.
Yeah.
Right now, the win condition is do the best you can with your agents. And while that can be a solid win condition at the moment, it's not working out.
Yeah, and when all of your util gets bypassed by Neon running and sliding through, it's even harder.
Absolutely. All right, let's see. Double digits on the line. Rue with a double kill. But once again, Gary is there for the trade-off. That's going to shut down at least some of the potential for the wraparound for CKD, but they have the numbers advantage now. They're not going to be able to stop that plant. PRG so consistently able to get that spike down, absolutely undeterred, but there you go, Shrine. No ways, Gary! Doubling down, Seifert finds another, brings it into Sadbean in a 1 versus the world. The flash is beautiful, and Gary cleans up house. Another phenomenal multi-frag from our player to watch. 26-3, by the way.
Yeah, that's what, plus 24 differential? Greater than his differential from the first one, basically, right? He's on track with 3 more kills as CKD struggling quite dramatically towards that C side of the map, and there's not much they can do. There's genuinely not much they can do. If they want to bank on their flashes being potent, a single smoke eats that, your entire hit falls apart, you know? You try to lean towards A, you try a strong side A, strong side C, it's very, very difficult. So PRG playing this attack side to perfection.
Only 2 rounds remain. The CKD desperately need them just for that little bit of a buffer in the second half. So shots ring out. For the first time in a hot minute, we're going to have that B push. And it looks like it's going to go much the same as the rounds before it. Gary has already found a multi-kill opener. The final pins will start to fall across the map. Nuggets is going to get wrapped on from every direction. This is a Clove under duress.
And surrounded as well.
And they don't even feel the need to necessarily push for it. Now they know exactly where Nuggets is. They can get that final kill. And as easy as that, PRG with yet another round.
Yeah, and I think it's the result of when you lose so many gunfights in terms of lanes, it becomes very difficult to gauge where you need to be for a lot of these hits, right? You know you've lost on C, so you try and strong side C, they go B, now you're cooked. You try to strong side B, they go A, they go C, you're cooked, right? It's just on the back of struggling to find any kind of purchase in your defensive hold. And PRG's capitalizing on that, recognizing that's a strength and just keep pressing on that sore wound.
All right, last opportunity to get a little bit done in this round. Got a few ultimates that they could maybe lean into here. No, unfortunately, that's already an ult taken offline. LNT is going to find a beautiful little opener here. And I like this from CKD, opting to play a little bit more patient. Oh, the timing on that is massive. Oh, it is the follow-up as well. Nuggets so willing to keep pushing. It's a third, it's a fourth. Okay, it's not an ace. It's not an ace. Not yet. There's still a chance. Gary's still alive and has been tagged up. And Nuggets is sticking it. Nuggets is sticking it! Nuggets! Absolutely clutches that round. Gary tries so hard. It was very nearly another clutch for him. But Nuggets has given CKD that one round, and maybe it's the springboard they need.
Yeah, almost a reminiscent of that Haven round, right? The 4 kills off of that Heaven kill was massive. That Heaven kill is incredible. It's 11-1. Similar situation, recycle the speech. you're running out of opportunities, you're running out of mistakes here. As PRG on the back foot here, one positive lining for CKD, Lotus is infamously attack-sided, especially when you remove the Viper from the equation, right? You can just default towards both orbs, which are favorable for attackers, lean towards that C side, grab that first orb, fight towards that A side, contest that second orb, and you can get ultis rolling. So potential win con here if they want to use it.
PRG are 1 round away from map and series point.
Yep.
One pistol separates them from the finish line.
Yep.
So for CKD, every single inch is going to be something that they're going to have to grab with both hands. You were talking about Sisyphus and his boulder.
Yep.
I can't think of a better metaphor for what we're having to see right now. Now, folks, it does look like we've got a slight little timeout. There it is, the technical pause coming through. We do not have comms on what that is just yet, so please just bear with us. Hopefully, whatever it is will get sorted out as soon as possible. But you talk silver lining.
Yep.
Let's talk win condition here,
Yeah.
right? And I know it's at the moment it's very much kind of focused on the round in front of you and just kind of. So how do you think CKD best leverages the composition that they have to find those openings?
I think we give Chamber the ball and let him run. I'm not gonna lie. Literally let Rue take a peek somewhere in the map and then blow it open for you, right? You know Sadbean's going to win their duels more often than not.
Yep.
You know that Rue has the capacity to win their big duels. But the big thing is you need to have some kind of footing on this attack side. Not necessarily play defaulty, but pick a direction and then try and get a duel as early as physically possible and don't let the clock beat you or pressure you into something you don't want to.
All right, here we go. We're back into the action. And again, this is a very, very important pistol round. Nugget's taking a lot of space here.
Is he aware?
And you know what? You can see that he's weary. Oh, what?
What a turn.
You know what? Work it, brother. You know,
Yep.
give us a little pirouette there. It's exactly what they need. Numbers advantage now for CKD with the spike planted as well. But Gary is still alive, and so is LNT, and these two have worked really well in tandem to kind of find the openings that PRG need to come back into a lot of these rounds. However, there's still a huge ask here. LNT's already started to kind of take this space, spots out the chamber. Oh, the trade is not there, the swing is not good. A double kill comes out from CKD, leaves LNT all alone, trying to isolate the fights, and CKD have found a second and continue to tread water.
Yeah, 1 round at a time. That's how you win these games, right? And they exploit that B side. That Nuggets flick was insane. Look, actually finding Angel there, not aware of him initially, but turning around, rebounding, recovering, getting that kill. Leaning towards that C side, which we mentioned was a bit of a sore point on their attack side, recognizing that it could potentially be a pain point for PRG as well. Viper was, I think Vice was there, but I think Vice had 1 Thorns. So I don't know how this is going to develop the minute Vice decides to index. Yeah, Vice is indexing a lot of their util towards that C bend. So anti-dive, that's the idea. If you look towards elbow, they want to stop you from going into elbow, force you into waterfall instead, and then crunch you from there, especially on this pistol. But CKD, not interested. They want to go B or A in some variety.
I mean, there's potential for the door pivot, and that's what makes this map so scary, right? They can start pulling over rotations, but there's every possibility that they slam the door button. Instead, they've kind of cleared out this B site, so they can go for that plant. It's kind of free for the taking. Shrine finds the opener here, but there's at least a little bit of a trade back, so CKD making their presence known. Oh, caught on the other side of a reload, and somehow Gary's still going to find that kill. And with 34 HP, absolutely unafraid to keep pushing forward, lining up that flash, looking to give LNT an opportunity. Doesn't quite land the shot, but the follow-up swing is there. LNT's found a double, looking to find this final one. Caught in the reload, still winning. A right click drags them over the finish line. A 4K from LNT. I think that's the biggest multi-frag we've seen from him today, and an impactful one because it turns the tides back in their favor. It breaks CKD's economy, and PRG now on map and series points.
I think this was the second one as well. Remember split that first point towards B with a double kill that dropped Spike. So LNT definitely a very big impact player.
Yeah.
They might be quiet relatively most of the time, but when they do find their impact, it's massive. 4 kills with the classic, 4 right clicks, and 4 free gun, by the way.
Free gun, by the way.
And he secures match point for them as PRG 1 round away from being ASL Valorant champions.
not for the first time, I believe, but I'm sure Scar will get us all the details on that a little bit later on. But for now, it's an Odin on Lotus, because of course it is. But it's LNT that finds that opening frag. The follow-up is there from Shrine, however. Keeping it in the 4 versus 4 territory. Meanwhile, Smoke and Mirrors, look at where the spike is.
Yeah, lean towards that seaside. I hope they don't overcomplicate this. Clove Smoke's rather limited, but Cypher.
Yeah, but I love that Clove has just enough space to get a smoke on the other side of the map to really try and sell this fake, and now the wall doesn't do what Cypher wanted it to do. In fact, it separated him and gave 2 angles for the 2 players to shut him out. Rue finds the kill onto Angel, and suddenly this round is starting to fall apart for PRG. CKD with a 2-player advantage, and they still haven't committed to a side. They still have over 30 seconds remaining and all the space to work with.
Yeah, and they lean towards this A side of the map. Carry the goats, 1 off of that run it back, but he's going to be very, very late towards this post-plant situation. Looks like they're going to opt for a full retake here.
30 seconds left.
Honestly, it might just be a save.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Egg has the Spectre. Like, the Spectre is what, 1,006? You're only going to earn 1k for saving it. Might as well send it, to be honest. Secure yourself a guy in the next round. So I think he should just go for it. They're not going to go to it. I guess fundamentally it makes sense.
Yeah.
Optimization-wise, especially if we're talking about small mistakes, you kind of want to put the enemy team in a position where they might make a small mistake, or you might get that Odin off of them or make them reinvest into it, right? There's so many small optimizations you can do. They're not going to opt for it because fundamentally what they're doing is the correct option. No coach will be mad at you for saving in a 2v5, a 2v4 rather, but CKD getting another round on the board, another lifeline secured.
Oh, okay, Nuggets dying to spike there. Not ideal.
No idea what you're talking about. No idea.
We saw nothing.
No, I didn't see anything.
I also liked how the retreat was played there, right? Instead of going through the defender's spawn, you kind of circumvent the possibility of being exited on. So this is good decision making across the board here, and CKD continue to just tread water. They were drowning a moment ago, but their heads are now up above and they can breathe a little bit. But those waves keep crashing over their heads, so they can't afford to lose that momentum for even a moment.
Yeah, and LNT is what, on 100 credits? He has a ghost in hand, so see if he can make this work, because Egg is going to fall. That's a Spectre down. Sadbean with that sort of characteristic first blood here.
What's that word you use? Ambitious?
Ambitious,
that was pretty darn ambitious. Unfortunately, does get punished for it, so it's going to be another B hit here. A lot of space already taken quite early on. Spike's going to be able to get planted, but Gary's in position, and Angel's there to back him up. Unfortunately, utility is coming out. Jeez, man. Gary doesn't even have to push. And there, like you said, the runner back's online, so he can start pushing out. His teammate is there. They're shutting everything down. Is this the way they do it? Is this the way that they win the ACGL ASL Grand Final? PRG have done it again. Absolute champions in the South African schools esports scene. Incredible performances across the board, and it's a team that you can never count out. They lose a map 13-3, they are not down, and they are certainly not out.
Yeah, and I think it's on the back of what is arguably one of the better Havens maps, right?
Yes.
PRG struggled quite dramatically on that Haven, but managed to rally it around. Momentum is a cruel mistress, and she has no favorites. Favoring PRG in Lotus, but in the grand scheme of things, I think both teams played like exceptionally, right? It could have gone literally any other way. I think if we go to map 4, it's probably another sweep in the other direction, right? 11-1 halves are hard to come by, and 35-4 is even harder to come by. 611 ACS on Gary the Goat.
And I think that what's really important to note here, like we talk about the comps and about comfort picks and whatever, but it's so important to remember that this is the definition of grassroots. This is where these players are learning their style, learning the agents that they like, learning how they play, how they communicate, what works, what doesn't work. It's where you can really experiment and figure out what the best avenue is going to be. So you might watch this and think, oh, you might feel a little bit weird, but ultimately, this is where you get your start. And it's really exciting to see the caliber of talent that we have in the schools, but I will not I cannot overstate. You look at someone like Gary who plays in the open tournaments
Yeah.
and then rocks up for ASL with his school and says, guys, let me show you what I've learned. And
Yep.
absolutely dominates. And if we had more schools players that were willing to get thrashed,
Yeah,
willing
take
to,
the dive.
you know, like put your body on the line, because then that's how you learn and that's how you improve.
Yeah, and I think it shows in spades. Like Gary the Goat is someone who is renowned beyond the school league.
Yeah.
Has his experience, is going up against the best, like cutting his teeth against some of the greatest this country has ever produced. And he comes to these ASL school leagues, and he's head and shoulders above everyone else. So I think a really big showing, a really big indication for how much things like ASL matter.
Yes,
Right? Give you the
absolutely.
confidence to get your feet wet in some kind of competitive sphere and potentially grind another 100 RR, play against someone slightly better than you, come to this next school league, and potentially you could be the next Gary the Goat in this situation.
Absolutely. And on that note, folks, of course, this is going to be us ending up the first day of the AGC live from the Grand West Arena in Cape Town. But if you want to see more from these teams, in particular, these players, I spoke about getting your feet wet in the open circuit. Well, the open circuit will be kicking off tomorrow, and these teams will be competing. We've got a lot of action for you guys over the course of the day tomorrow. We have so many titles for you to sink your teeth into. So make sure that you're following ACGL on socials. Make sure you're following our various streaming platform accounts so that you know exactly when we go live, and you can see more of all of the action coming at you live from the Grand West Arena in Cape Town. And you guys can still pull through live and in person. Come say hi to us, give us a high five. We don't bite much. And come and support your favorite teams. Otherwise, you know, thanks for an amazing first day. Thanks for sticking with us through it all, and we will see you all bright and early tomorrow.
Gamers from around sub-Saharan Africa, get ready for the return of the African Gaming Championship for 2026. We're heading to Cape Town, South Africa, where players will be competing at Grand West for 150,000 Rand in cash. This is where the top players from Africa gather to be able to compete. This is where bragging rights are earned. This is where new stars rise. This is where legends are made and legends fall. This is the crowning moment of African esports. This is AGC.